I gotta end this live and come. I'm about to come right back. I don't like the way my thing. But actually, it don't fucking matter. Gotta roll up my weed. Finish listening to this the Celestine Prophecy Part 2. So if you wasn't here for yesterday, like you kind of missed like 3 hours work. But you can always go back. That's why YouTube got pre-recorded videos. So it don't even matter if you wasn't here yesterday. Most people they already read this book, so I'm gonna go ahead and just start the book because everybody else can come in whenever they please. So
holding on to small bushes and trees, I worked my way between the outcroppings, occasionally sliding down in the thick humus. Finally, the vehicle was directly across from me on the opposite slope, perhaps 100 yards away. The driver, leaning against a rear fender, was still obscured. I moved to my right to get a better look. It was Will. I rushed further to my right and felt myself slide. At the last minute, I reached for a tree trunk and pulled myself back up. My stomach twisted with fright. Below me was a sheer drop-off of 30 feet or more. I had barely avoided killing myself. Still holding the tree, I stood up and tried to gain Will's attention. He was surveying the ridge above my head, and then his eyes dropped, and he looked right at me. He jerked up and walked toward me in the bushes. I pointed down the steep gorge. He surveyed the valley floor, then called to me. "I don't see a way across," he said. "You'll have to move down the valley and cross there." I nodded and was about to signal Marjorie when I heard a vehicle approaching in the distance.
make sure y'all
Will
get this
jumped into
video a
his jeep and
thumbs up.
sped back toward the main road. I hurried up the hill. I could see Marjorie through the foliage, walking toward me. Suddenly, from the area behind her came loud shouts in Spanish and the sounds of people running. Marjorie hid below a rock overhang. I changed directions, running as quietly as I could to the left. As I ran, I searched for a view of Marjorie through the trees. Just as I caught sight of her, she screamed loudly as two soldiers grabbed her arms and forced her to stand. I continued to run up the slope, keeping low, her look of panic frozen in my mind. Once at the top of the ridge, I headed north again, my heart pounding with terror and panic. After running more than a mile, I stopped and listened. I could hear no movement or talking behind me. Lying flat on my back, I tried to relax and think clearly, but the awful specter of Marjorie's capture was overwhelming. Why did I ask her to remain on the ridge alone? What should I do now? I sat up and took a deep breath and gazed over at the road on the other ridge. I'd seen no traffic while I was running. Again, I listened intently. Nothing except the usual forest sounds. Slowly, I began to calm down. After all, Marjorie had only been captured. She was guilty of nothing except running from gunfire. Probably she would be detained only until her identity as a legitimate scientist could be established. Once more, I headed north, my back aching slightly. I felt dirty and tired, and pangs of hunger erupted in my stomach. For 2 hours I walked without thinking and without seeing anyone. Then, from the slope to my right, I heard sounds of running. I froze and listened again, but the sounds had stopped. Here the trees were larger, shielding the ground below from the sun, thinning the underbrush. I could see 50 or 60 yards. Nothing moved. I walked past a large boulder on my right and several trees, stepping as softly as possible. 3 other massive outcroppings lay along my path, and I moved past 2 of them. Still no movement. I walked around the 3rd boulder. Twigs cracked behind me. I turned around slowly. There, next to the rock, was the bearded man I had seen at Jensen's farm, his eyes wild, panicked, his arms shaking as he pointed an automatic weapon at my stomach. He seemed to be struggling to remember me. "Wait a minute," I stammered. "I know Jensen." He looked at me more closely and lowered the weapon. Then, from the woods behind us, we heard the sounds of someone moving. The bearded man ran past me toward the north, holding the rifle in one hand. Instinctively, I followed. Both of us were running as fast as we could, dodging limbs and rocks and occasionally glancing back. After several hundred yards, he stumbled and I raced past him. I collapsed between two rocks to rest and to look back, trying to detect movement. I saw a lone soldier, 50 yards away, raise his rifle toward the huge man who was struggling to his feet. Before I could utter a warning, the soldier fired. The man's chest exploded as bullets tore through from the rear, splattering me with blood. An echo of rifle fire filled the air. For an instant, he stood motionless. His eyes glazed, then his body arched forward and fell. I reacted blindly, running north again away from the soldier, keeping the trees between me and the area from which the bullets had come. The ridge grew constantly more rugged and rocky and began to incline dramatically upwards. My entire body shook with exhaustion and terror as I struggled up the spaces between the outcroppings. At one point I slipped and dared a glance backward. The soldier was approaching the body. I slithered around a rock just as the soldier looked up, seemingly right at me. I stayed low to the ground and crawled past several other boulders. Then the slope of the ridge leveled off, blocking the soldier's view, so I jumped to my feet again, running as fast as I could between the rocks and trees. My mind was numb. Escape was all I could think of. Though I didn't dare look back, I was sure I heard the soldier running behind me.
This ends side 1 of cassette 3. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
The ridge inclined ahead, and I fought my way up, my strength beginning to wane. At the top of the rise, the ground leveled out and was thick with tall trees and lush undergrowth. Rising behind them was a sheer rock face that I had to scale delicately, searching for hand and footholds as I proceeded. I struggled to the top, and my heart fell at the sight before me. A drop-off of 100 feet or more blocked my way. I could go no further. I was doomed, finished. Rocks slid along the outcropping behind me, indicating the soldier was closing fast. I sank to my knees. I was exhausted, spent, and with a final sigh, I released the last of my fight, accepting my fate. Soon I knew the bullets would come, and interestingly, as an end to the terror, death seemed almost a welcome relief. As I waited, my mind flashed to childhood Sundays and to the innocent contemplation of God. What would it be like, death? I tried to open myself to the experience. After a long period of waiting, during which I had no concept of time, I suddenly became aware that nothing had happened. I looked around and noticed for the first time that I was positioned on the highest peak of the mountain. Other ridges and cliffs fell away from this point, leaving me with a panoramic view in all directions. A movement caught my eye. There, far down the slope toward the south, walking casually away from me, was the soldier, the gun belonging to Jensen's man, slung across one arm. The sight warmed my body and filled me with ripples of silent laughter. I had somehow survived. I turned and sat cross-legged and savored the euphoria. I wanted to stay here forever. The day was brilliant with sunshine and blue sky. As I sat there, I was struck by the closeness of the purple hills in the distance, or rather, the feeling that they were close. The same perception applied to the few puffs of white cloud drifting overhead. I felt as if I could reach out and touch them with my hand. As I reached up toward the sky, I noticed something different about the way my body felt. My arm had glided upward with incredible ease, and I was holding my back, neck, and head perfectly straight with absolutely no effort. From my position, sitting cross-legged, I stood up without using my arms and stretched. The feeling was one of total lightness. Looking at the distant mountains, I noticed that a daytime moon had been out and was about to set. It looked to be about a quarter full and hung over the horizon like an inverted bowl. Instantly, I understood why it had that shape. The sun, millions of miles directly above me, was shining only on the top of the sinking moon. I could perceive the exact line between the sun and the lunar surface, and this recognition somehow extended my consciousness outward even further. I could imagine the moon having already dipped below the horizon and the exact reflected shape it would present to those who lived further west and could still see
Make
it.
sure y'all get this video a
Then I
thumbs up if
imagined
you
how
haven't
it would look
already.
when it
I
moved
appreciate it.
directly under me on the other side of the planet. To the people there, it would appear full because the sun over my head would shine past the earth and strike the moon squarely. This picture sent a rush of sensation up my spine, and my back seemed to straighten even more as I conceived, no, I experienced the same amount of space commonly felt over my head as also existing under my feet on the other side of the globe. For the first time in my life, I knew the Earth's roundness not as an intellectual concept, but as an actual sensation. At one level, this awareness excited me, but at another, it seemed perfectly ordinary and natural. All I wanted to do was immerse myself in the feeling of being suspended, floating amid a space that existed in all directions. Rather than having to push myself away from the earth with my legs as I stood there, resisting the earth's gravity, I now felt as though I was held up by some inner buoyancy, as though I was filled like a balloon with just enough helium to hover over the ground and barely touch it with my feet. It was similar to being in perfect athletic condition, as after a year of intense exercise, only far more coordinated and light. I sat down again on the rock, and again, everything seemed close. The rugged outcrop on which I was sitting, the tall trees further down the slope, and the other mountains on the horizon. And as I watched the limbs of the trees sway gently in the breeze, I experienced not just a visual perception of the event, but a physical sensation as well, as if the limbs moving in the wind were hairs on my body. I perceived everything to be somehow part of me. As I sat on the peak of the mountain looking out at the landscape falling away from me in all directions, it felt exactly as if what I had always known as my physical body was only the head of a much larger body consisting of everything else I could see. I experienced the entire universe looking out on itself through my eyes. This perception induced a flash of memory.
And right there, anybody who was here yesterday, I said I was gonna tell a story. Like when it got to this point where he's feeling like he's becoming one with trees, the sky, birds, and all of that. Like so, I had this same experience probably like 3 or 4 months ago, but I was taking shrooms. Like I was actually it was a shroom tea. Anybody who ever had did psychedelics, you know what I'm talking about. But when I drunk this shroom tea, I end up you only supposed to drink a sip of it, like if you by yourself. Me, I drank the whole cup because I didn't know. Like so when I started tripping, like I started tripping super hard. And then I end up like feel like I became one with trees, like birds. The sky was like I really can't explain how I felt or the experience, but I understood what he was feeling when felt like he was becoming one with just everything, and that's what like kind of expand my consciousness a lot by like doing psychedelics. Like shit, that shit always open your mind up. But I really felt one with the universe off that shroom tea, and I'm like, fuck this shit. I thought it would be cool. Like I thought the experience was gonna be cool. It wasn't. Shit tripped me the fuck out. Said I ain't doing no motherfucking shroom tea. I do shrooms, but not at the dose I did with that shroom tea. Like so, if you planning on taking psychedelics in the future to have a spiritual experience, it will work. But just be careful what you ask for, cause I got more than what more. I got more than what I bargained for.
I raced backward in time, past the beginning of my trip to Peru, past my childhood and my birth. The realization was present that my life did not, in fact, begin with my conception and birth on this planet. It began
Make
much
sure y'all get
earlier,
this video a
with the
thumbs up.
formation of the rest of me, my real body, the universe itself. The science of evolution had always bored me, but now, as my mind continued to race backward in time, all the things I had read on the subject began to come back to me, including conversations with my friend who resembled Renault. I recalled that this was the field he was interested in, evolution. All knowledge seemed to merge with actual memories. Somehow I was recalling what had happened, and the recollection allowed me to look at evolution in a new way. I watched as the first matter exploded into the universe, and I realized, as the third insight had described, that there was nothing truly solid about it. Matter was only energy vibrating at a certain level, and in the beginning matter existed only in its simplest vibratory form, the element we call hydrogen. That's all there was in the universe, just hydrogen. I observed that hydrogen atoms began to gravitate together, as if the ruling principle, the urge of this energy, was to begin a movement into a more complex state. And when pockets of this hydrogen reached a sufficient density, it began to heat up and to burn, to become what we call a star. And in this burning, the hydrogen fused together and leaped into the next higher vibration, the element we call helium. As I continued to watch, these first stars aged and finally blew themselves up and spewed the remaining hydrogen and the newly created helium out into the universe. And the whole process began again. The hydrogen and helium gravitated together until the temperature became hot enough for new stars to form, and that in turn fused the helium together, creating the element lithium, which vibrated at the next higher level, and so on.
Hey, Elliot,
Each successive generation
you,
of stars creating...
Elliot, if you still in here, you low key be studying like what he talking about, like just the universe, stars and shit. Like that shit is real important. Like to know, like because everything on this planet happens repeatedly. Nothing is new under the sun. So when you study stars and you study how this planet and universe has been working, like you understand, like shit, we are all one. It's all one. Like shit. You one with the stars, you one with the universe. Whatever goes on in the universe goes on within you. So most people don't know that. I do because I do a little studying. So yeah, Elliot, as you continue to study on not astrology but astronomy, stars and shit, you gonna just learn more about yourself because it's all the same.
that had not existed before, until the wide spectrum of matter, the basic chemical elements, had been formed and scattered everywhere. Matter had evolved from the element hydrogen, the simplest vibration of energy, to carbon, which vibrated at an extremely high rate. The stage was now set for the next step in evolution. As our sun formed, pockets of matter fell into orbit around it, and one of them, the Earth, contained all the newly created elements, including carbon.
If
As
you
the Earth
already gave this
cooled,
video a thumbs
gases
up, I
once
really
caught in the
appreciate
molten
you.
mass
If you haven't, hit
migrated
that
to the
like
surface
button.
and merged together, forming water vapor. And the great rains came, forming oceans on the then barren crust. Then, when water covered much of the Earth's surface, the skies cleared and the sun, burning brightly, bathed the new world with light and heat and radiation. And in the shallow pools and basins, amid the great lightning storms that periodically swept the planet, matter leaped past the vibratory level of carbon to an even more complex state, to the vibration represented by the amino acids. But for the first time, this new level of vibration was not stable in and of itself. Matter had to continually absorb other matter into itself in order to sustain its vibration. It had to eat. Life, The new thrust of evolution had emerged. Still restricted to living only in water, I saw this life split into two distinct forms. One form, the one we call plants, lived on inorganic matter and turned these elements into food by utilizing carbon dioxide from the early atmosphere. As a byproduct, plants released free oxygen into the world for the first time. Plant life spread quickly through the oceans and finally onto the land as well. The other form, what we call animals, absorbed only organic life to sustain their vibration. As I watched, the animals filled the oceans in the great age of fishes, and, when the plants had released enough oxygen into the atmosphere, began their own trek toward land. I saw the amphibians, half fish, half something new, leave the water for the first time and use lungs to breathe the new air. Then matter leaped forward again into reptiles and covered the earth in the great period of the dinosaurs. Then the warm-blooded mammals came and likewise covered the earth, and I realized that each emerging species represented life, matter, moving into its next higher vibration. Finally, the progression ended. There at the pinnacle stood humankind. Humankind. The vision ended. I had seen in one flash the entire story of evolution, the story of matter.
Like just hearing that part and like hearing how like just Earth has developed over billions and millions of years. Like you gotta understand, humans is not the last evolution. Like shit, motherfucking humans gonna get wiped out too, just like dinosaurs and just like whatever came after the dinosaurs. And shit, it's all about evolution. So shit, while you here, you better make sure you leave your footprint in this bitch. So when them fossils start being found thousands and millions of years later, hey, you still show up. You never see like only dinosaur. I mean, of course they know. I'm not even gonna say mankind or scientists know all the dinosaurs that existed, but the ones that they truly know are the biggest ones, the ones that left the biggest footprint. Like so, not to say you gotta be a giant on this earth or on this planet, but you gotta move like a giant. I'm only 5'7", but I move like I'm 6'9". Like shit, I feel like I'm 6'9" energy wise. Like you couldn't tell me different like about how I feel about myself. So evolution will continue to evolve. Mankind, humans, like we gonna evolve into something different or shit. I don't know what is going we gonna turn into or what's gonna happen after this, but hey, I know I won't be here.
Coming into being and then evolving, as if under some guiding plan toward ever higher vibrations, creating the exact conditions, finally, for humans to emerge, for each of us, as individuals, to emerge. As I sat there on that mountain, I could almost grasp how this evolution was extended even further in the lives of human beings. Further evolution was related somehow to the experience of life coincidences. Something about these events led us forward in our lives and created a higher vibration that pushed evolution ahead as well. Yet, as hard as I tried, I couldn't quite understand. For a long time I sat on the rock precipice, consumed by peace and completeness. Then, abruptly, I became aware that the sun was beginning to sink in the west. I also noticed that toward the northwest, about a mile, was a town of some kind. I could make out the shapes of rooftops. The road on the west ridge seemed to meander right to it. I got up and began the climb down the rocks. I laughed out loud. I was still connected with the landscape, so that I felt I was walking alongside my own body, and more, that I was exploring the regions of my own body. The feeling was exhilarating. I made my way down the bluffs and into the trees. The afternoon sun cast long
I ain't gonna lie,
shadows along the
y'all.
forest floor.
I started smoking to learn how to blow donuts. Like the smoke donuts. Like that always interested me as a kid. I know it ain't got shit to do with the book, but like, if you just see me just blowing smoke donuts, it's because I always wanted to do that as a kid. And me, I never smoked cigarettes. I used to smoke Black and Miles when I was in the military, but I stopped that because that was super unhealthy. Like, so weed was the only other thing that, I mean, of course you can smoke the vape things, but them motherfuckers ain't good for you either. Like, so I really wanted to start smoking to blow donuts, and I accomplished that. Can't do it like the trick donut shit like motherfuckers be doing, but hey, I be manifesting everything.
Halfway down, I came to a particularly thick area of large trees, and as I entered, I experienced a perceptible change in my body. I felt even lighter and more coordinated. I stopped and looked closely at the trees and underlying bushes, focusing on their shape and beauty. I could see flickers of white light and what seemed like a pinkish glow around each plant. I continued to walk, coming to a stream that radiated a pale blue and filled me with an enhanced tranquility and even a drowsiness. Eventually, I made my way across the valley floor and up the next ridge until I came to the road. I pulled myself up to the gravel surface and walked casually along the shoulder toward the north. Up ahead, I caught sight of a man in a priest's robe rounding the next bend. The sight thrilled me. Totally without fear, I jogged ahead to talk with him. I knew I would know exactly what to say and do. I had a feeling of perfect well-being, but to my surprise, he had disappeared. To the right, another road angled back down into the valley, but I could see no one in that direction. I ran further up the main road, but saw no one there either. I thought about going back and taking the road I had passed, but I knew the town was ahead, so I continued to walk that way. Still, I thought several more times of the other road. 100 yards farther, as I rounded another curve, I heard the roar of vehicles. Through the trees, I could see a line of military trucks approaching at a high rate of speed. For a moment, I hesitated, thinking I might stand my ground, but then I remembered the terror of the shooting on the ridge. I had time only to fling myself off the road to the right and lie still. 10 jeeps sped past me. I had landed in a spot which was completely exposed, and all I could do was hope no one looked my way. Each vehicle passed within 20 feet. I could smell the exhaust fumes and see the expression on every face. Luckily, no one noticed. After they were well past, I crawled behind a large tree. My hands were shaking and my sensation of peace and connection was totally shattered. A now familiar pang of anxiety knotted in my stomach. Finally, I inched up to the road. The sound of more vehicles sent me scurrying down the slope again as 2 more jeeps raced past. I felt nauseous. This time, I stayed well off the road and retreated the way I had come, moving very cautiously. I came to the road I had passed earlier. After carefully listening for sound and movement, I decided to walk through the woods beside it, angling back into the valley. My body felt heavy again. What had I been doing? I asked myself. Why had I been walking in the road? I must have been crazy, deluded by the shock of the shooting, entranced by some state of euphoria. Get real, I told myself. You have to be careful. There are people here who will kill you if you make the slightest mistake. I froze. Ahead of me, perhaps 100 feet, was the priest. He was sitting under a large tree that was surrounded by numerous rock outcroppings. As I stared at him, he opened his eyes and looked right at me. I flinched, but he only smiled and motioned for me to walk up. Cautiously, I approached him. He remained motionless, a thin, tall man of about 50 years of age. His hair was cut short and was dark brown in color, matching his eyes. "You look as though you need some help," he said in perfect English. "Who are you?" I asked. "I am Father Sanchez, and you?" I explained who I was and where I was from, dizzily sinking to one knee and then to my buttocks. "You were part of what happened in Kula, weren't you?" he asked. "What do you know of that?" I asked warily, not knowing whether to trust him. "I know someone in this government is very angry," he said. "They don't want the manuscript publicized." "Why?" I asked. He stood up and looked down at me. "Why don't you come with me? Our mission is only a half-mile away. You'll be safe with us." I struggled to my feet, realizing I had no choice. and nodded affirmatively. He led me slowly down the road, his manner respectful and deliberate. He weighed each word. "Are the soldiers still looking for you?" he asked at one point. "I don't know," I replied. He said nothing for a few minutes, then asked, "Are you searching for the manuscript?" "Not anymore," I said. "Right now, I just want to survive this and go home." He nodded reassuringly, and I found myself beginning to trust him. Something about his regard and warmth affected me. He reminded me of Will. Presently, we came to the mission. There was a cluster of small houses facing a courtyard and a small church. It was situated in a place of great beauty. As we walked up, he told some of the other robed men something in Spanish, and they scurried away. I tried to see where they were going, but fatigue was engulfing me. The priest led me into one of the houses. Inside was a small living area and 2 bedrooms. A fire burned in the fireplace. Soon after we entered, another priest walked in with a tray of bread and soup. Wearily, I ate as Sanchez sat politely in a chair beside me. Then, upon his insistence, I stretched out on one of the beds and fell into a deep sleep. When I walked into the courtyard, I noticed immediately that the grounds were immaculately kept. The gravel walkways were edged with precisely arranged bushes and hedges. Each seemed to be placed so as to accent their full natural shape. None were trimmed. I stretched and felt the starched shirt I had put on. It was made of coarse cotton and chafed my neck slightly.
Make sure you give
Still,
this
it was
video a
clean and
thumbs up if
freshly
you haven't
ironed.
already.
Earlier, I had awakened as 2 priests poured hot water into a tub and laid out fresh clothes. After I had bathed and dressed, I had walked into the other room and found hot muffins and dried fruit on the table. I had eaten ravenously, while the priests stood by. After I finished, the priests had left, and I walked outside to where I now stood. I walked over and sat on one of the stone benches to face the courtyard. The sun was just clearing the tops of the trees, warming my face. "How did you sleep?" a voice asked from behind me. I turned to see Father Sanchez standing very erect, smiling down at me. "Very well," I replied. "May I join you?" "Sure." Neither of us spoke for several minutes, so long, in fact, that I felt some discomfort. Several times I looked at him, preparing to say something, but he was looking in the direction of the sun, his face tilted slightly back, his eyes squinting. Finally he spoke. "This is a nice place you found here." Apparently he meant the bench at this time of the morning. "Look, I need to ask your advice," I said. "What is the safest way for me to get back to the United States?" He looked at me seriously. "I don't know. Tell me how you happened to be in first heard of the manuscript." My feeling of the image now seemed fanciful and pretentious, so I only alluded to it briefly. Sanchez, however, immediately questioned me about it. "What did you do after the soldier failed to notice you and left?" he asked. "I just sat up there for a few hours," I replied. "Feeling relieved, I guess." "What else did you feel?" he asked. I squirmed somewhat, then decided to attempt a description. "It's hard to describe," I said. "I felt this euphoric connection with everything, and this total kind of security and confidence. I was no longer tired." He smiled. "You had a mystical experience. Many people report them in that forest near the peak."
It
I
took
nodded
shrooms to take me
tentatively.
to that mystical experience.
He turned on the bench to face me more
Wish
directly.
I could have just went to some
"This
woods
is
and
the
been like
experience
had
the
that.
mystics of every religion have always described. Have you read anything about such experiences?" "Some years ago," I said, "but until yesterday it was only an intellectual concept." "Yeah, I suppose." A young priest walked up and nodded to me, then whispered something to Sanchez. Sanchez nodded, and the young priest turned and walked away. The older priest watched every step the young man took. He crossed the courtyard and entered a park-like area about 100 feet away. I noticed for the first time that this area too was also extremely clean and full of various plants. The young priest walked to several locations, hesitating at each one as though searching for something. Then at one specific location, sat down. He appeared to be engaged in an exercise of some kind. Sanchez smiled and looked pleased, then turned his attention to me. I think it is probably unsafe for you to attempt to go back right now, he said. But I will try to find out what the situation is, and if there is any word about your friends. He stood up and faced me. I must attend to some chores. Please understand that we will assist you in any way possible. For now, I hope you will be comfortable here. Relax and gain your strength. I nodded. He reached inside his pocket and pulled out some papers and handed them to me. This is the 5th insight. It speaks about the kind of experience you had. I think you might find it interesting. I took it reluctantly as he continued speaking. What was your understanding of the last insight you read? He asked. I hesitated. I didn't want to think about manuscripts and insights. Finally, I said that humans are stuck in a kind of competition for each other's energy. When we can get others to acquiesce to our view, they identify with us, and that pulls their energy into us, and we feel stronger. He smiled.
That's what
So the problem is
rappers,
that everyone is trying to
celebrities do.
control and manipulate each other for energy because we feel short of it? That's right. But there is a solution, another source of energy. That's what the last insight of...
When a rapper gets you to buy into what they like talking about, or not just a rapper, singer, fucking pastor, YouTuber, when they get you to buy into like whatever they talking about or whatever they presenting to you, like they be taking your energy. I'm giving energy, but by giving information. Most of the time, they not giving you no information. They just taking your energy. Like J. Cole used to be my favorite rapper, and the way I seen him taking my energy was like every time he'd rap a song, like I automatically resonate with it. It was like I've been through what he was, everything he was talking about. Like so to the point where like he started speaking shit into existence in my life through his music. So I'm like, fuck that shit. I'm not about to be no fucking keep following this nigga. Like I don't know truly who he is. Like there's no way reason I should be a J. Cole fan because he didn't get make me not $1. Like he ain't motivate me to get no bread. All he motivated me to do was chase after hoes. Like so he led me to astray. Like so once I stopped listening to him, like shit, I'm like I ain't about to be listening to no fucking random ass rapper who ain't fucking talking about something. So that's where I became like Nipsey came in. Like shit, Nipsey had something to say. Like he was teaching. Like he teach not only through his music but through his interviews. Like so, like I drifted to him, and then when he passed away, like there I can't put Nipsey on no pedestal because he already transitioned. Like he's a god in my eyes. Like so, if you live your life to the fullest and you do everything while you was here, you ain't leave nothing, you ain't, you left it all here. Hey, I gotta respect you. I gotta follow that blueprint. I gotta see like shit. Cause I'm trying to get that for myself. Like I wasn't trying to get what J Cole had. Because J. Cole never showed what he had. He was always more private. I did get that from him. I'm a super private person, but I won't even say I got that from him. And that's just what made me resonate with him. And at the time he first came out, like I was living in North Carolina, so it was easy for me to like become a J. Cole fan because that's where he was from. Like so his music was like popping. So hey, back to the book because I don't know why the fuck I'm talking about J. Cole. Oh yes I do because the book.
He nodded and walked very deliberately into the church.
Make sure y'all go get y'all positive
For a few
minds
moments, I
only.
leaned forward and rested my elbows on my knees, not looking at the translation. I continued to feel reluctant. The events of the last 2 days had dampened my enthusiasm, and I preferred instead to think of how I might return to the United States.
Or create your
Then,
own
in
positive
the wooded
minds
area
only.
across the way, I noticed the young priest stand up and walk slowly to another location about 20 feet from where he was. He turned toward me again and sat down. I was intrigued over what he might be doing. Then it dawned on me that he might be practicing something that was spelled out in the manuscript. I looked at the first page and began to read. It described a new understanding of what has long been called mystical consciousness. During the last decades of the 20th century, it stated, this consciousness would become publicized as a way of being that is actually attainable, a way that has been demonstrated by the more esoteric practitioners of many religions. For most, this consciousness would remain an intellectual concept, to be only talked of and debated. But for a growing number of humans, this consciousness would become experientially real, because these individuals would experience flashes or glimpses of this state of mind during the course of their lives. The manuscript said that this experience was the key to ending human conflict in the world, because during this experience, we are receiving energy from another source, a source we will eventually learn to tap at will. I stopped reading and looked at the young priest again. His eyes were open, and he appeared to be looking directly at me. I nodded, even though I couldn't make out the details of his face. To my surprise, he nodded back to me and smiled faintly. Then he stood up and walked toward my left, heading toward the house in that direction. He avoided my eyes as I watched him cross the courtyard and enter the dwelling. Behind me, I heard footsteps and turned to see Sanchez leaving the church. He smiled as he approached me. That didn't take long, he said. Would you like to see more of the grounds? Yes, I would, I replied. Tell me about these sitting areas you have. I pointed toward the area where the young priest had been. Let's walk up there, he said. As we strolled across the courtyard, Sanchez told me that the mission was over 400 years old and was founded by a unique missionary from Spain who felt the way to convert the local Indians was through their hearts, not through coercion with the sword. The approach had worked, Sanchez went on, and partly because of this success and partly due to the remote location, the priest had been left alone to follow his own course. We carry on this tradition of looking inward for the truth, Sanchez said. The sitting area was landscaped immaculately. About half an acre of dense forest had been cleared and the bushes and flowering plants beneath were interspersed with walkways made of smooth river stone. Like those in the courtyard, the plants here were also spaced perfectly, accentuating their unique shape. Where would you like to sit down? Sanchez asked. I looked around at my options. In front of us were several arranged areas, nooks which seemed complete unto themselves. All contained open spaces surrounded by beautiful plants and rocks and larger trees of varying shapes. One, to our left, where the young priest had been last sitting, had more outcroppings of stone. How about over there? I said. He nodded and we walked over and sat down. Sanchez breathed deeply for several minutes, then looked at me. Tell me more of your experience on the ridge, he said. I felt resistant. I don't know what else I can say about it. It didn't last. The priest looked at me sternly. Just because it ended when you became afraid again doesn't negate its importance, does it? Perhaps it is something to be regained. Maybe, I said. But it's hard for me to concentrate on feeling cosmic when people are trying to kill me. He laughed, then looked at me warmly. Are you studying the
His journey went from like not knowing nothing about the manuscripts, like waking up or nothing, to like getting his life damn near taken away because he's searching for these things where the government don't want that shit to be exposed. Just like the world don't want everybody to wake up. Like the elites of this, the people who run this planet, they don't want the whole world to wake up because then they go lose their power. People gonna stop calling them elites because you gonna realize you're giving them their energy by just speaking that term into existence. Like you giving them that power, even though you don't know who you talking about. When you say that term, like it's a term like you giving them more power. So I ain't gonna say fuck them niggas, but I'm gonna stop calling them niggas elite. Cause I'm elite. What the fuck? Like I'm at the top of my game. My mental is way. I feel like I'm way more like mentally strong than a lot of these top motherfuckers. Like shit. That's cause I did the work. And motherfuckers don't do the work. And then they just be wondering why their life is turning out the way it is. Like you actually gotta fucking put the work in. If you come to this live every single night for 30 days, I'm pretty sure your life will turn and change dr- drastically. Like in for the better. It ain't even it's not gonna be for the worse. If you could listen to me or listen to this book club shit 30 days in a row, I'm 100% sure your life will turn for the better. Cause it did for me. I was reading these exact same books in 2018, 2017, trying to fix my mindset, trying to become a better person, trying to get some money, not just money, thousands of dollars. Nah, I'm trying to get some millions, billions. Shit, if I can make it to $1 trillion in this lifetime, like I'm gonna shoot for it. Like, cause I know I have the strength, I have the mindset, and I have the ability to like just keep pressing forward no matter what. Like so, I don't let distractions stop me no more. I used to, like I used to be complacent. I used to be a procrastinator. None of that shit is the case now. That's why I'm on YouTube every single day. That's why I'm on live every single day. Like,
Eyes and hair were dark brown.
why the fuck did this book just go all the way back? I didn't do that. I don't even know where he truly was at. Honestly, I know we 47 minutes in. We started at 3:27. So we at the 4 hour mark on the book. This book is 9 hours long, so it's a pretty long book. But it ain't that long when you get into it, interested in, you get involved in the story. Like you can visualize what he's speaking. I know I keep stopping it, so that's kind of fucking the vibe up. But that's what this book club is about. Like shit, that's what my intentions was when I started this book club. We gonna pick a book, listen to it, and I'm gonna just pause it and give my 2 cents. So anybody don't like that, they can create their own, and like they can just not talk and just listen to books all day. That's not me. I'm a person. If we gonna watch a movie together, I'm gonna be talking through the movie because I'm gonna see shit. I'm gonna notice shit. I'm gonna see the signs, the symbolism in it. So I have to say something. It's in my DNA. So
To kill me. He laughed, then looked at me warmly. Are you studying the manuscript here at the mission? I asked. Yes, he said. We teach others how to pursue the kind of experience you had on the ridge. You wouldn't mind getting some of that feeling back, would you? A voice from the courtyard interrupted, a priest calling for Sanchez. The older man excused himself and walked down the courtyard and talked with the priest who had summoned him. I sat back and looked at the plants and rocks nearby, taking my eyes slightly out of focus. Around the bush closest to me, I could barely make out an area of light, but when I tried it on the rocks, I could see nothing. Then I noticed Sanchez walking back. I must leave for a while, he said as he reached me. I'll be going into town for a meeting, so perhaps I can acquire some information concerning your friends, or at least how safe it is for you to travel. Good, I said. Will you be back today? I don't think so, he replied. More like tomorrow morning. I must have looked insecure because he walked closer and placed his hand on my shoulder. Don't worry. You are safe here. Please, make yourself at home. Look around. It is fine to talk with any of the priests, but understand that some of them will be more receptive than others, depending on their development. I nodded. He smiled and walked behind the church and entered an old truck I had not noticed. After several attempts, it started and he drove around the backside of the church and onto the road leading back up the ridge. For several hours I remained in the sitting area,
One blunt
content to gather
down.
my thoughts,
Let's see how
wondering if
many blunts
Marjorie
it's
was
gonna
all right
take
and
to
if Will
finish
had
this
escaped.
book. Cause I'm gonna try to.
Several times the image
Hold
of
on.
Jensen's man being killed flashed
The
across.
goal is to finish this book today, so that's why I hopped on live a lot earlier, and I wanted to see how many people I can like get who ain't sleep yet. Like so, cause I usually start my live at 8:30 Western Pacific time, but I'm from Indiana, so most people that know me like it's 10:30 by the time I start my live. And East Coast time, like it's 11:30, so it's pretty late. So I'm starting it today, but it's a weekend, so it's hard to like get people to come on your live on a weekend. Like so, y'all could be doing anything, but y'all click on this video. So I really fuck with y'all. I really appreciate y'all. Shout out to you guys. Hey, that's why I'm here every single day. Even if y'all wasn't here, I'd probably still be on live every single day. Cause that's how it was when I first started being on live every day. It'd be mostly me talking to myself, cause it wouldn't be like nobody in the live except for me. Like so now more people have been showing up, even though it's only two people in here right now. Like that's more than what it was when I first started. So like I'm happy with that. Like so, all I need is one person to hear what I got to say.
My mind, but I fought off the memory and tried to stay calm. About noon, I noticed several priests were preparing a long table in the center of the courtyard with dishes of food.
I need
When
some
they
water.
finished, a dozen or more other priests joined them and began serving their own plates and eating on the benches casually. Most of them smiled pleasantly at each other, but I could hear little talking. One of them looked up at me and pointed to the food. I nodded and walked down to the courtyard and prepared a plate of corn and beans.
I go
Each of the
about to
priests
get some
seemed
water.
very conscious of my presence, but no one spoke to me. I made several comments about the food, but my words were met only with smiles and polite gestures. If I attempted direct eye contact, they would lower their eyes. I sat down on one of the benches alone and ate. The vegetables and beans were unsalted but spiced with herbs. When lunch was over and the priests were stacking their plates on the table, another priest walked out of the church and hastily prepared a plate. When he finished, he looked around for a place to sit, and our eyes met. He smiled, and I recognized him as the priest who had looked at me from the sitting area earlier. I returned his smile, and he walked over and spoke to me in broken English. "May I sit on bench with you?" he asked. "Yes, please," I replied. He sat down and began to eat very slowly, over-chewing his food and smiling up at me occasionally. He was short and small, with a wiry build and coal black hair. His eyes were a lighter brown. "You like the food?" he asked.
Exactly. This
I
is the exact same as reading a book. It's the exact same. Like you don't have to physically read to like read. All you gotta do is listen. And it's easy. You could be doing anything, just got your phone down, you have your headphones in, got it on speaker, or just got your phone next to you or on TV, and you could just do whatever you're doing. Just listen and your subconscious is gonna hear it, even if you don't pay attention.
holding my plate in my lap. Several bites of corn remained. "Oh, yes," I said and took a bite. I noticed again how slowly and deliberately he chewed and tried to do this.
This is helping me read every day. Like even though I read a lot, this is still helping me read every single day. Like so that's why I made it a habit to hop on live and do it every day. Cause first of all, I'm meditating before I get on YouTube, so I'm meditating every day, and then I'm getting on YouTube. Like that's putting in work. That's where I'm working to get monetized. So getting on live, that's the best way to get your numbers up quick. So it's a win-win situation all around because I'm not just we just not listening to any book. Like even though I want to just start listening, adding like other books like the Scottie Pippen Unguarded book. I got that on my audiobook, so I mean on Audible. So I want to listen to that. I want to listen to 50 Cent work. I mean Hustle Smarter, Hustle Harder. I want to listen to the Rick Ross book. Like I already have all these books, so like we gonna read those later, it ain't gonna just always be like Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich, or self help books. But I'm gonna add a variety because I love different books. So, and you can learn something from every single thing you read, like everything, no matter what it is. If it's in the book, you gonna learn something. So,
And then it struck me that all of the priests had been eating that way. Are the vegetables grown here at the mission? I asked. He hesitated before answering, swallowing slowly. Yes, food is very important. Do you meditate with the plants? I asked. He looked at me with obvious surprise.
Strange Fruit by Billie
You
Holiday.
have read
Gotta check
manuscript, he
that out.
asked. Yes, the first 4 insights. Have you grown food? He asked. Oh no, I'm just learning about all this. Do you see energy fields? Yes,
And that's what I
sometimes.
want. I want people to recommend
We
books,
sat in
so we
silence for a
ain't
few
listen
minutes
to
while he
only the
kept...
books I want to hear. Like, I want y'all to recommend books, so I can just get a different perspective on what somebody else is interested in. I don't want to just make it all about me because it's not. It's about Positive Minds only, the brand, the company. So that's what this is about. That's what my company is about. Providing information, providing guidance, like shit, and helping people like just get through life, get through the toughest situations. Cause shit, I remember times where I had it rough. And the only person I had to depend on was myself. So I know how tough this life is, how this journey is. So I just try to make it for those easier for those that's around me, like those that's paying attention. Like so, shout out to those that like support me for real.
He ate several more bites. Food is the first way of gaining energy, he said. I nodded. But in order to totally absorb energy as food, the food must be appreciated. Uh, he seemed to be struggling for the right English word. Savored, he finally said. Taste is the doorway. You must appreciate taste. This is the reason for prayer before eating. It is not just about being thankful. It is to make eating a holy experience, so the energy from the food can enter your body. He looked closely at me, as though to see whether I understood. I nodded without comment. He looked thoughtful. What he was telling me, I reasoned, was that this kind of deliberate appreciation of food was the real purpose behind the normal religious custom of being thankful, with the result being a higher energy absorption of the food. But taking in food is only first step, he said. After personal energy is increased in this way, you become more sensitive to energy in all things. And then you learn to take this energy into yourself without eating. I nodded affirmatively. Everything around us, he continued, has energy, but each has its own special kind. That is why some places increase energy more than others. It depends on how your shape fits with the energy there. Is that what you were doing up there earlier, I asked? Increasing your energy? He looked pleased. Yes. How do you do that, I asked. You have to be open, to connect, to use your sense of appreciation as in seeing fields. But you take this one step further so that you get the sensation of being filled up. I'm not sure I follow you. He frowned at my denseness. Would you like to walk back to the sitting place? I can show you. Okay, I said. Why not? I followed as he led the way across the courtyard and back to the sitting area. As we arrived, he stopped and looked around, as if surveying the area for something. Over there, he said, pointing to a spot that bordered the dense forest. We followed the path as it wound through the trees and bushes. He picked a spot in front of a large tree that grew out of a mound of boulders, so that its huge trunk seemed to be perched on the rocks. Its roots wrapped around and through the boulders before finally reaching the soil. Flowering shrubs of some type grew in semicircles in front of the tree, and I could detect a strange, sweet fragrance from the shrub's yellow blossoms. The dense forest provided a solid sheet of green in the background. The priest directed me to sit down in a clear spot amid the bushes, facing the gnarled tree. He sat beside me. Do you think the tree is beautiful? He asked. Yes. Then, feel it, He seemed to be struggling again to find the word. He thought for a moment and then asked, Father Sanchez told me that you had an experience on the ridge. Can you remember how you felt? I felt light and secure and connected. How connected? That's hard to describe, I said. Like the whole landscape was part of me. But what was the feeling? I thought for a minute. What was the feeling?
You making me go back to like when I was on shrooms and I like felt one with everything. Like I'm trying to remember like how was that feeling? Like how could I explain like feeling one with everything? Meaning like the trees, the ground, the stars, the sky. Like if I it felt I felt whole. Like I didn't feel no flesh. I didn't feel like I don't know. It was crazy. It was kind of scary because I didn't expect to be experiencing that on shrooms. And like, if you ever did psychedelics, the visuals, what you see, like that shit, fucking be crazy. So, like, I before I took my shroom tea, like I was just like went into like I did a fast, and I was just basically saying like I wanted to like having a spiritual experience because like the last time I had did shrooms, like I was tripping. I ain't, no, it was like a light trip, but like the last time I did psychedelics, like one of the times I tripped, like damn near, I had an ego death. Anybody know what an ego death is? That shit is nothing fun. Like so, like the trip I had, like kind of humbled me, and like made me feel like I was still like a little kid in this world. Like so, but the last time I did took the shroom tea, I was like, it made me feel like one with the universe. So him like being asked like what was that feeling like and shit was just making me think like what did I feel like.
Then it came to me.
By the way, I'm
Love,
not
I
encouraging
said.
nobody to do
I guess I felt
shrooms,
a love
none of
for
that.
everything. Yes,
Do
he
as you
said.
please.
That is it. Feel that for the tree. But wait a minute, I protested. Love is something that just happens. I can't make myself love anything. You do not make yourself love, he said. You allow love to enter you. But to do this, you must position your mind by remembering what it felt like and try to feel it again. I looked at the tree and tried to remember the emotion on the ridge. Gradually, I began to admire its shape and presence. My appreciation grew until I actually felt an emotion of love. The feeling was exactly the one I remember as a child for my mother, and as a youth for the special little girl that was the object of my puppy love. Yet even though I had been looking at the tree, this particular love existed as a general background feeling. I was in love with everything. The priest slid away several feet and looked back at me intensely. Good, he said. You are accepting the energy. I noticed his eyes were slightly out of focus. How do you know? I asked. Because I can see your energy field getting larger. I closed my eyes and tried to reach the intense feelings I had acquired on the ridgetop, but I couldn't duplicate the experience. What I was feeling was on the same continuum, but to a lesser degree than before. The failure made me frustrated. What happened? He asked. Your energy fell. I don't know, I said. I
Motherfuckers, you
just
start
couldn't do
thinking
it as
negative.
strongly as before.
Shit.
He just looked at me, amused at first, then with impatience. What you experienced on the ridge was a gift, a breakthrough, a look at a new way. Now, you must learn to get that experience by yourself, a little at a time.
Hmm.
He slid back a foot farther
Cause I
and
never
looked at me
tried to feel
again.
that feeling again.
Now,
Honestly, like I never tried like to feel like being one with the universe after I had that shroom trip. But this guy said you need to try to feel that like on your own. Like so. Hmm. I mean, of course, meditation would take me there. Like I know I can get there through meditation. But like when he talking about love, the trees and shit, like I don't know. It's a book, so shit. Somebody might understand more than what I understand.
Try more. I closed my eyes and tried to feel deeply. Eventually, the emotion swept over me again. I stayed with it, attempting to increase the feeling by small increments. I focused my regard on the tree. "That is very good," he suddenly said. "You are receiving energy and giving it to the tree." I looked at him squarely. "I'm giving it back to the tree?" "When you appreciate the beauty and uniqueness of things," he explained, "you receive energy. When you get to a level where you feel love, then you can send the energy back just by willing it so." For a long time I sat there with the tree. The more I focused attention on the tree and admired its shape and color, the more love I seemed to acquire generally, an unusual experience. I imagined my energy flowing over and filling up the tree, but I couldn't see it. Without changing my focus, I noticed the priest get up and begin to walk away. "What does it look like when I'm giving energy to the tree?" I asked. He described the perception in detail, and I recognized it as the same phenomenon I had witnessed when Sarah projected energy onto the philodendron at Vicente. Though Sarah was successful, she apparently wasn't aware that a state of love was necessary for the projection to take place. She must have been acquiring a love state naturally, without realizing it. The priest walked down toward the courtyard, and out of my range of vision. I remained in the sitting area until dusk.
This ends side 2 of cassette 3 of the Celestine Prophecy. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 4.
You
The
know that shit
Celestine
though.
Prophecy, cassette 4.
The two priests nodded politely as I entered the house. A roaring fire fended off the evening chill, and several oil lamps illuminated the front room. The air was filled with the smell of vegetable or perhaps potato soup. On the table was a ceramic bowl, several spoons, and a plate holding 4 slices of bread. One of the priests turned and left without looking at me, and the other kept his eyes lowered and nodded at a large cast-iron pot sitting on the hearth by the fire. A handle protruded from under its lid. As soon as I saw the pot, the second priest asked, "Is there anything else you need?" "I think not," I said. "Thank you." He nodded and left the house as well, leaving me alone. I lifted the lid from the pot. Potato soup. It smelled rich and delicious. I poured several ladles full into a bowl and sat down at the table, then pulled the part of the manuscript Sanchez had given me from my pocket and placed it beside my plate, intending to read. But the soup tasted so good that I focused entirely on eating. After I finished, I placed the dishes in a large pan and stared at the fire, hypnotized until the flames burned low. Then I turned down the lamps and went to bed. The next morning, I was awakened at dawn feeling totally refreshed. Outside, a morning mist rolled through the courtyard. I stoked up the fire and put several pieces of kindling on the coals and fanned it until it caught up. I was about to look through the kitchen for food when I heard Sanchez's truck approaching. I walked outside as he emerged from behind the church, a backpack in one arm and several packages in the other. "I have some news," he said, motioning me to follow him back inside the house. Several other priests appeared with hot corn cakes and grits and more dried fruit. Sanchez greeted the men, then sat with me at the table as the priests scurried away. "I attended a meeting of some of the priests in the Southern Council," he said. "We were there to talk about the manuscript. At issue was the government's aggressive actions. This was the first time any group of priests has met publicly in support of this document. And we were just beginning our discussion when a government representative knocked on the door and asked to be admitted." He paused as he served his plate and took several bites, chewing them thoroughly. "The representative," he continued, "assured us that the government's sole purpose was to protect the manuscript from outside exploitation. He informed us that all copies being held by Peruvian citizens must be licensed. He said he understood our concern, but asked us to comply with this law and turn in our copies. He promised that government duplicates would be issued back to us at once. Did you turn them in? I asked. Of course not. We both ate for a few minutes. I tried to overchew, to appreciate the taste. We asked about the violence in
Anybody ever
Pula,
just
he went
overchewed
on,
their food?
and he
I
told
doubt
us
it.
that this was a necessary reaction against a man called Jensen, that several of his men were armed agents from another country. He said they planned to find and steal the undiscovered part of the manuscript and remove it from Peru, so the government had no choice but to arrest them. There was no mention of you or your friends. Did you believe the government man? No, we didn't. After he left, we continued the meeting. We agreed that our policy would be one of quiet resistance. We will continue to make copies and distribute them carefully. Will your church leaders allow you to do that? I asked. We don't know, Sanchez said. The church elders have disapproved of the manuscript, but so far have not seriously investigated who is involved with it. Our main concern is a cardinal who resides farther north, Cardinal Sebastian. He is the most vocal in opposition to the manuscript and is very influential. If he convinces the leadership to issue strong proclamations, then we will have a very interesting decision to make. Why is he so opposed to the manuscript? He is afraid. Why? I haven't spoken with him in a long time, and we always avoid the subject of the manuscript. But I believe he thinks man's role is to participate in the cosmos ignorant of spiritual knowledge, by faith alone. He thinks the manuscript will undermine the status quo, the lines of authority in the world. How would it do that? He smiled and tilted his head back slightly. The truth shall set you free. I was looking at him, trying to understand what he meant, eating the last of the bread and fruit on my plate. He ate several more tiny bites and pushed his chair back. You seem much stronger, he said. Did you talk with anyone here? Yes, I replied. I learned a method of connecting with the energy from one of the priests. I didn't catch his name. He was sitting in the area while we were talking in the courtyard yesterday morning, remember? When I spoke with him later, he showed me how to absorb energy and then to project it back. His name is John, Sanchez said, then nodded for me to go on. It was an amazing experience, I said. By remembering the love I felt, I was able to open up. I sat up there all day, simmering in it. I didn't reach the state I experienced on the ridge, but I got close. Sanchez looked more serious. The role of love has been misunderstood for a long time. Love is not something we should do to be good or to make the world a better place out of some abstract moral responsibility, or because we should give up our hedonism. Connecting with energy feels like excitement, then euphoria, and then love. Finding enough energy to maintain that state of love certainly helps the world, but it most directly helps us. It is the most hedonistic thing we can do. I agreed, then noticed he had moved his chair back several more feet and was looking at me intensely, his eyes unfocused. So what does my field look like? I asked. It is much larger, he said. I think you feel very good. I do. Good. That is what we do here. Tell me about that, I said. We train priests to go farther into the mountains and work with the Indians. It is a lonely job, and the priests must have great strength. All of the men here have been screened thoroughly, and all have one thing in common. Each has had one experience he calls mystical. I have been studying this kind of experience for many years, he continued, even before the manuscript was found, and I believe that when one has already encountered a mystical experience, getting back into this state and raising one's personal energy level comes much easier. Others can also connect, but it takes longer. A strong memory of the experience, as I think you learned, facilitates its recreation. After that, one slowly builds back. What does a person's energy field look like when this is happening? It grows outward and changes color slightly. What color? normally from a dull white toward green and blue. But the most important thing is that it expands. For instance, during your mystical encounter on the ridgetop, your energy flashed outward into the whole universe. Essentially, you connected and drew energy from the entire cosmos, and in turn, your energy swelled to encompass everything, everywhere. Can you remember how that felt? Yeah, I said. I felt as though the entire universe was in my body and I was just the head, or perhaps more accurately, the eyes. Yes, he said. And
That's
at
what it
that
felt
moment,
like.
your energy field and that of the
That's the
universe were
only
the same.
thing.
The universe was your body.
That's what it felt like. The only thing that was left for me was my eyes. It was like I got to see that I was connecting with the universe, with the land, earth, whatever. Like, only thing that was left was my eyes. And it was like I was flying throughout the universe. And just, that trip was crazy. Like I said, I never would do shroom tea again. I'll take shrooms, like, eat them away. But I won't put them bitches in no tea.
I had a strange memory during that time, I said. I seem to remember how this larger body, this universe of mine evolved. I was there. I saw the first stars formed from simple hydrogen, and then saw more complex matter evolve in successive generations of these suns. Only I didn't see matter. I saw matter as simple vibrations of energy that were evolving systematically into ever more complex higher states. Then, life began and evolved to a point where humans appeared. I stopped suddenly and he noticed my changed mood. What's wrong? He said. That's where the memory of evolution stopped, I explained. With humans. I felt as if the story continued, but I couldn't quite grasp it. The story does go on, he said. Humans are carrying forth the universe's evolution toward higher and higher vibrational complexity. How? I asked. He smiled, but didn't answer. Let's talk about this later. I really must check on a few things. I'll see you in an hour or so. I nodded. He picked up an apple and walked out. I wandered outside behind him, then remembered the copy of The Fifth Insight in the bedroom and retrieved it. Earlier, I had been thinking of the forest where Sanchez had been sitting when I had first met him. Even in my fatigue and panic, I had noticed that the place was extraordinarily beautiful. So I walked down the road toward the west until I came to the exact spot, then sat down there myself. Leaning back against a tree, I cleared my mind and spent several minutes looking around. The morning was bright and breezy, and I watched the wind as it whipped the branches above my head. The air felt refreshing as I took in several deep breaths. During a lull in the wind, I took out the manuscript and looked for the page where I had stopped reading. Before I could locate it, however, I heard the sound of a truck engine. I lay flat beside the tree and attempted to determine its direction. The sound was coming from the mission. As it grew closer, I could see it was Sanchez's old truck, with him driving. I thought you might be here, he said, as he pulled up to where I was standing. Get in, we need to leave. What's going on? I asked, sliding into the passenger seat. We drove on toward the main road. One of my priests told me of a conversation he overheard in the village. Some government officials are in town and they were asking questions about me and the mission. What do you think they want? He looked at me reassuringly. I don't know. Let's just say I'm not as certain as before that they will leave us alone. I thought as a precaution that we should drive up into the mountains. One of my priests lives near Machu Picchu. His name is Father Carl. We'll be safe at his house until we can better read the situation. He smiled. I want you to see Machu Picchu anyway. I suddenly had a flash of suspicion that he had made a deal and was taking me somewhere to turn me in. I decided to proceed cautiously and to stay alert until I found out for sure. Did you finish the translation? He asked. Most of it, I said. You had asked about human evolution. Did you finish that part? No. He turned his eyes from the road and looked at me intensely. I pretended not to notice. Is something wrong? He asked. Nothing, I said. How long will it take to get to Machu Picchu? About 4 hours. I wanted to remain silent and let Sanchez talk, hoping he might give himself away, but I couldn't control my curiosity about evolution. So how did humans further evolution, I asked. He glanced at me. What do you think? I don't know, I said. But when I was up on the ridge, I thought it might have something to do with the meaningful coincidences that the first insight talks about. That's right, he said. That would fit with the other insights, wouldn't it? I was confused. I almost understood, but I couldn't quite grasp it. I remained silent. Think of how the insights fall into sequence, he said. The first insight occurs when we take the coincidences seriously. These coincidences make us feel there is something more, something spiritual operating underneath everything we do. The second insight institutes our awareness as something real. We can see that we have been preoccupied with material survival, with focusing on controlling our situation in the universe for security. And we know our openness now represents a kind of waking up to what is really going on. The third insight begins a new view of life. It defines the physical universe as one of pure energy, an energy that somehow responds to how we think. And the fourth exposes the human tendency to steal energy from other humans by controlling them, taking over their minds. A crime in which we engage because we so often feel depleted of energy and cut off. This shortage of energy can be remedied, of course, when we connect with a
Hey,
higher
shout out to
source.
dancers tonight
The
in
universe
the
can
house.
provide all we need if we can only open up to it. That is the revelation of the fifth insight. In your case, he continued, you had a mystical experience that allowed you to briefly see the magnitude of energy one can acquire. But this state is like leaping ahead of everyone else and glimpsing the future. We can't maintain it for long. Once we try to talk to someone who is operating in normal consciousness, or try to live in a world where conflict is still happening, we get knocked out of this advanced state and fall back to the level of our old selves. And then, he continued, it is a matter of slowly regaining what we glimpsed, a little at a time, and to begin a progression back toward the ultimate consciousness. But to do this, we must learn to consciously fill up with energy because this energy brings on the coincidences, and the coincidences help us actualize the new level on a permanent basis. I must have looked puzzled because he said, think about it. When something occurs beyond chance to lead us forward in our lives, then we become more actualized people. We feel as though we are attaining what destiny is leading us to become. When this occurs, the level of energy that brought on the coincidences in the first place is instituted in us. We can be knocked out of it and lose energy when we are afraid, but this level serves as a new outer limit which can be regained quite easily. We have become a new person. We exist at a level of higher
Make
energy,
sure y'all
at a
hit that
level,
thumbs up.
get this,
I really
of higher
appreciate it.
vibration. Can you see the process now? We fill up and grow again. That is how we as humans continue the evolution of the universe to a higher and higher vibration. He paused for a moment, then seemed to think of something he wanted to add. This evolution has been going on unconsciously throughout human history. That explains why civilization has progressed and why humans have grown larger, lived longer, and so forth. Now, however, we are making the whole process conscious.
I used to always
That is
wonder
what the manuscript is
why
telling us.
people in the
That is what
Bible
this movement toward
live
woke.
hundreds. I used to always wonder why people in the Bible live hundreds of years. It's like we only get like a good 70. Nowadays, shit, people ain't making it past 20s, 30s, especially not 40. So it's rare you can see a black man living past his 40. So shit. Back then, I used to always wonder, like, damn, why is that the case? Like, what we eating different? What we doing different? Like, what made life get cut short, like tremendously? Like that's what was one of those things that made me question the Bible. Like, well, was these people really living that long? Like, or was it just exaggerated?
Why spiritual consciousness is all about. I was listening intensely, totally fascinated with what Sanchez was telling me. So all we have to do is fill up with energy, as I learned to do with John, and the coincidences begin to happen more consistently. Well, yes, but that's not as easy as you think. Before we can connect with the energy on a permanent basis, there is one more hurdle we must pass. The next insight, the sixth, deals with this issue. What is it? He looked squarely at me. We must face up to our particular way of controlling others. Remember, the fourth insight reveals that humans have always felt short of energy and have sought to control each other to acquire the energy that flows between people. The fifth
This
then
book will
shows
wake
us
you
that
up
an
about
alternative
yourself.
source exists.
If y'all continue to stay throughout this whole book, because I'm just like I said, I'm gonna try to finish it tonight, so we're gonna be here for a while. This book will let you know a lot about yourself. It'll open you up to just how you treat people, how you manipulate other people. When I first started listening to this book, like I thought I was a positive person. Then it got to that part about like just personalities and how we try to have control over another person's energy, how we try to win other people's energy, why we always debating. Like people gain energy off like just winning, like an argument. So like I was a person who loved to debate people. So like that was something that I had to get over, and like I had to realize that was just some egotistical type shit. So I don't even argue with people no more. Like, I mean, I'm not arguing. I don't even debate people. Like I don't debate nobody. All I do is teach.
We can't really stay connected with this source until we come to grips with a particular method that we, as individuals, use in our controlling and stop doing it. Because whenever we fall back into this habit, we get disconnected from the source. Getting rid of this habit isn't easy because it's always unconscious at first. The key to letting it go is to bring it fully into consciousness. And we do that by seeing that our particular style of controlling others is one we learned in childhood to get attention, to get the energy moving our way, and we're stuck there. This style is something we repeat over and over again. I call it our unconscious control drama. I call it a drama because it is one familiar scene, like a scene in a movie, for which we write the script as youths. Then we repeat this scene over and over in our daily lives without being aware of it. All we know is that the same kind of events happen to us repeatedly. The problem is, if we are repeating one particular scene over and over, then the other scenes of our real-life movie, the high adventure marked by coincidences, can't go forward. We stop the movie when we repeat this one drama in order to manipulate for energy. Sanchez slowed the truck and moved carefully forward through a series of deep ruts in the road. I realized I was frustrated. I couldn't quite grasp how a control drama worked. I almost expressed my feelings to Sanchez, but I couldn't. I realized I still felt distant from him and didn't care to reveal myself. "Did you understand?" he asked. "I don't know," I said curtly. "I don't know if I have a control drama." He looked at me with the warmest regard and chuckled out loud. "Is that so?" he asked. "Then why do you always act so aloof?" Clearing the past.
We're about to get into the good part.
Ahead, the
Let you
road
know
narrowed
you.
and bent sharply around the sheer rock face of the mountain. The truck bounced over several large rocks and slowly proceeded through the curve. Below, the Andes rose in massive gray ridges above banks of snow-white clouds. I looked at Sanchez. He was leaning over the steering wheel, tense. For most of the day, we had been scaling steep inclines and edging through passages made more narrow by fallen rock. I had wanted to broach the subject of control dramas again, but the time seemed inappropriate. Sanchez appeared to need every ounce of energy for driving, and besides, I wasn't clear on what I wanted to ask. I had read the rest of the fifth insight, and it had echoed exactly the point Sanchez had related to me. The idea of getting rid of my style of controlling seemed desirable, especially if it would make my evolution accelerate. But I still couldn't grasp how a control drama operated. "What are you thinking about?" Sanchez asked. "I finished reading the fifth insight," I said, "and I was thinking about these dramas. Considering what you said about me, I assume you think my drama has something to do with being aloof." He didn't reply. He was staring up the road. 100 feet ahead, a large four-wheel drive vehicle blocked the way. A man and a woman stood on a rock precipice 50 feet from the vehicle. They returned our gaze. Sanchez stopped the truck and looked them over for an instant, then smiled. "I know the woman," he said. "That's Julia. It's all right. Let's talk with them." Both the man and woman were of dark complexion and appeared Peruvian. The woman was older, appearing to be about 50, while the man looked approximately 30. As we got out of the truck, the woman walked toward us. "Father Sanchez," she said as she approached. "How are you, Julia?" Sanchez replied. The two embraced, then Sanchez introduced me to Julia. Julia, in turn, introduced her companion, Rolando. Saying nothing else, Julia and Sanchez turned their backs on us and walked toward the overhang where Julia and Rolando had previously been standing. Rolando looked at me intensely, and I instinctively turned and walked in the direction of the other two people. Rolando followed, still looking at me as though he wanted something. Although his hair and features were young, his complexion was ruddy and red. For some reason, I felt anxious. Several times as we walked to the edge of the mountain, he looked as though he was going to speak, but each time I turned my eyes away and increased my pace. He remained silent. When we reached the precipice, I sat on a ledge to prevent him from sitting next to me. Julia and Sanchez were above me about 25 feet, sitting together on a large boulder. Rolando sat as close to me as possible. Although his constant stare bothered me, I was slightly curious about him at the same time. He caught me looking at him and asked, "Are you here for the manuscript?" I took a long time to answer. "I've heard of it." He looked perplexed. "Have you seen it?" "Some," I said. "Do you have something to do with it?" "I am interested," he said, "but I have not seen any copies yet." A period of silence followed. "Are you from the United States?" he asked. The question disturbed me, so I decided not to answer. Instead, I asked, "Does the manuscript have anything to do with the ruins at Machu Picchu?" "I don't think so," he replied, "except that it was written about the same time they were built." I remained silent, looking out at the incredible view of the Andes. Sooner or later, if I remained quiet, he would divulge what he and Julia were doing here and how it concerned the manuscript. We sat for 20 minutes with no conversation. Finally, Rolando stood and walked up to where the others were talking. I was perplexed as to what to do. I had avoided sitting with Sanchez and Julia because I had the distinct impression they wanted to talk alone.
Make sure you get this video.
For perhaps another 30 minutes, I remained there, gazing out at the rocky peaks and straining to overhear the conversation above me. None of them paid me the slightest bit of attention. Finally, I decided to join them. But before I could move, the three of them stood and began walking toward Julia's vehicle. I cut across the rocks toward them. "They have to go," Sanchez remarked as I approached. "I'm sorry we did not have time to talk," Julia said. "I hope we see you again." She was looking at me with the same warmth Sanchez often displayed. As I nodded, she cocked her head slightly and added, "In fact, I have a feeling we will see you soon." As we strolled down the rocky path, I felt the need to say something in response, but I couldn't think. When we reached her vehicle, Julia only nodded slightly and said a quick goodbye. Both she and Rolando got in and Julia drove away toward the north, the way Sanchez and I had come. I felt puzzled by the entire experience. Once we were in our vehicle, Sanchez asked, "Did Rolando fill you in on Will?" "No," I said. "Had they seen him?" Sanchez looked confused. "Yes, they saw him at a village 40 miles east of here." "Did Will say anything about me?" "Julia said Will mentioned being separated from you. She said Will talked mainly with Rolando. Didn't you tell Rolando who you were?" "No, I didn't know if I could trust him." Sanchez looked at me in total
Nigga got
bewilderment.
trust issues.
"I told you it was fine to talk with him. I've known Julia for years.
He
She
hold
owns a
back a
business
lot.
in Lima. But since the discovery of the manuscript, she has been looking for the ninth insight. Julia would not be traveling with anyone untrustworthy. There was no danger. Now you missed what could have been important information." Sanchez looked at me with a serious expression.
He does that a lot in his book. Like it be a lot on his mind that he know he's supposed to say, but he hold back. Like so, you miss out on blessings like that. You miss out on important information like that when you have the intuition. Your intuition tell you, hey, go talk to that stranger, and you like, I should, but nah, I ain't gonna do that. I don't want to look crazy. Like you be missing out on blessings, hella blessings like that. Me, I know I done missed out on a lot of blessings like that.
"This is a perfect example of how a control drama interferes," he said. "You were so aloof, you didn't allow an important coincidence to take place." I must have appeared defensive. "It's all right," he said. "Everyone plays a drama of one kind or another. At least now you understand how yours works." "I don't understand," I said. "What exactly am I doing?" "Your way of controlling people and situations," he explained, "in order to get energy coming your way, is to create this drama in your mind during which you withdraw and look mysterious and secretive. You tell yourself that you're being cautious, but what you're really doing is hoping someone will be pulled into this drama and will try to figure out what's going on with you. When someone does, you remain vague, forcing them to struggle and dig and try to discern your true feelings. As they do so, they give you their full attention, and that sends their energy to you. The longer you can keep them interested and
I ain't gonna lie,
mystified,
I
the more
probably be
energy
doing.
you
I do that.
receive.
That's he talking about me.
Unfortunately, when you play aloof, your life tends to evolve very slowly because you're repeating this same scene over and
I'm
over
trying to
again.
drop it though.
If you
Type
had
of shit.
opened up to Rolando, your life movie would have taken off in a new and meaningful direction. I felt myself becoming depressed. All this was just another example of what Will had pointed out when he saw me resisting giving information to Renault. It was true. I did tend to hide what I really thought.
That's why, when I first read this book, I was like the character, but I learned to open up. That's why I'm on live every day, like just speaking what's on my mind. I'm no longer just keeping it to myself. First, I just did the podcast, but I would do that like sporadically throughout the year, like so it was never consistency. So now, like with me being on here every day, like I'm opening up more. Like I'm not letting like my control drama control me. Like so, once you learn what you is, I mean what you do to control people to get their energy, you gotta drop that shit. You gotta learn to work without it. You gotta learn to like find energy naturally instead of like stealing it from other people. Like, and it's not to say we bad people. You're a bad person for doing that. That's just how we was all raised. Like that's what we used to talk. Like so,
I looked out the window as we followed the road higher into the peaks. Sanchez concentrated again on avoiding the fatal drop-offs. When the road straightened, he looked over at me and said, "The first step in this process of getting clear, for each of us, is to bring our particular control drama into full consciousness. Nothing can proceed until we really look at ourselves and discover what we are doing to manipulate for energy. This is what has just happened to you." "What
everybody
is the
need
next
to be
step?" I
tuning
asked.
in to like find
"Each
out
of
what
us
your
must go
control
back
drama
into
is.
our past, back into our early family life, and see how this habit was formed. Seeing its inception keeps our way of controlling in consciousness. Remember, Most of our family members were operating in a drama themselves, trying to pull energy out of us as children. This is why we had to form a control drama in the first place. We had to have a strategy to win energy back. It is always in relation to our family members that we develop our
Make sure
particular
y'all give this
dramas.
video a thumbs up if you're
However,
new to the
once we
live.
recognize the energy dynamics in our families, we can
I
go
really
past
appreciate
these
it.
control strategies and see what was really happening. What do you mean, really happening? Each person must interpret his family experience from an evolutionary point of view, from a spiritual point of view, and discover who he really is. Once we do that, our control drama falls away and our real lives take off. So how do I begin? By first understanding how your drama was formed. Tell me about your father. He is a good man who is fun-loving and
What's up?
capable,
What's
but
up? I can't.
I hesitated, not
I'm
wanting
gonna
to
just say
sound ungrateful
Cuban
for my father.
2012
But
or
what?
Z Cuban
Sanchez asked.
2012. What's up? What's up?
Well,
You
I
just
said,
listening to this
he was always
Celestine
critical.
Prophecy book.
I could never do anything.
Right now, it's like on the part where it's like helping this guy realize how he controlled people to get their energy. Like he tries to act mysterious to get people's attention, and like that's how he would get their energy. Like, and I was a person who would do that too. Like I know I'm making people. I know the way I was moving made people think like, dang, why is he like that? He's mysterious. Like I knew what I was doing. So now I'm like I'm letting go of that type of. Well, I've been let go of it. That's why I'm on YouTube now. I used to never get on camera. Like people just heard my voice. They didn't see me talking. They just heard my voice. So, like I wanted to have that type of mysteriousness about me, but that made me lose out on a lot of fan base. Like for doing that for like 3 years. Like I was trying to avoid being on YouTube, even though I made videos throughout the years. It was never consistent. I never got on YouTube Live. Like so now I'm doing it every day. Like so I feel like I gotta catch up because I lost a lot. I wasted a lot of time just like being on YouTube watching other people's shit, but not putting my own content out there. So the book club I created that to listen to the my favorite books that help mold my way of thinking, to help mold my mindset, and like my son's mom, like she actually came up with the idea, but she had other books she was reading, so I'm like the audio book is way quicker, it's way faster, and I could reach way more people. Like so, like I just took that idea and flipped it into like it on YouTube. So shout out to my son's mom for like, hey, giving me that idea. And like it's helping me like stay on YouTube live without just talking consistently for hours. Cause like I be running out of shit to talk about and I just be repeating the same shit over and over. So when I get to listen to a different book, that gets to give me another discussion to talk about. And there's millions of books. I ain't gonna say I've read millions of books, but there's millions of books to read. Like so, all I gotta do is pick a choice, or y'all can pick whatever the fuck y'all we can listen to, and just roll up, smoke up, and we gonna just chill. Give this video a thumbs up too if you haven't already. I really appreciate it.
Ike, how did he criticize you? Sanchez asked. A picture of my father, young and strong, appeared in my mind. He asked questions, then found something wrong with the answers. And what happened to your energy? I guess I felt drained, so I tried to keep from telling him anything. You mean you got vague and distant, trying to say things in a way that would get his attention but not reveal enough to give him something to criticize. He was the interrogator, and you dodged around him with your aloofness. Yeah, I guess. But what is an interrogator? An interrogator is another kind of drama. People who use this means of gaining energy set up a drama of asking questions and probing into another person's world with the specific purpose of finding something wrong. Once they do, then they criticize this aspect of the other's life. If this strategy succeeds, then the person being criticized is pulled into the drama. They suddenly find themselves becoming self-conscious around the interrogator and paying attention to what the interrogator is doing and thinking about, so as not to do something wrong that the interrogator would notice. This psychic deference gives the interrogator the energy he desires. Think about the times you've been around someone like this. When you get caught up in this drama, don't you tend to act a certain way so that the person won't criticize you? He pulls you off your own path and drains your energy because you judge yourself
We
by
all
what
know
he might be
somebody like
thinking.
that in our life.
I remembered the feeling exactly, and the person that came to mind was Jensen. So my father was an interrogator, I asked.
Hold on, I'm gonna wait till your comment come up on my screen so I can read. I need my glasses. It ain't that I can't read. I just need my glasses. This idea is dope for sure. I just started picking up audiobooks, read books, like unlocking a superpower. I understand how and why they never wanted us to read. Exactly. Like, so this is like unlocking some shit in your mind like you never would have thought of if you never read a book or read this book. Like that's how I'm always able to stay creative. That's how I'm always able to keep evolving because I'm always pick up a book. Like I'm always read something. Like and that's always gonna spark an idea, and that's all I need. That's all you need to create millions, billions in your life is one idea, and plan it out, create it, have a goal like around that idea, and like just focus on that. Like ain't no telling how much money you can make. It ain't no telling how quick you can make it. But you need to read. Motherfuckers do not read.
That's what it sounds like. For a moment I was lost in thought about my mother's drama. If my father was an interrogator, what was my mother? Sanchez asked me what I was thinking. I was wondering about my mother's control drama, I said. How many different kinds are there?
Books is my favorite hobby. I never
Let me explain the classifications spoken of in the manuscript, Sanchez said. Everyone manipulates for energy.
Hey, I used to be a nerd in school, except I didn't wear glasses. But I was the reader. I was the drawer, the artist. I was the quiet kid. Like so, even though like I grew up in the hood and I didn't look like a nerd, I didn't act like a nerd around my friends. I was low key a nerd because I always loved to read. Like you couldn't, like yeah, I love to read. Like it ain't no way about it. But I would always read fantasy books that would take my imagination somewhere that where I wasn't. Like, cause I was either always in the hood, always in somewhere I didn't want to be. So books was my escape. So, like even now, I get to escape by listening to this book. Well, I truly don't get to escape now on my YouTube because I keep stopping it and talking it. Talking, but still, like I still through the time of me listening, I get to go and visualize what this book is saying. So when y'all see me zone out, it's because like I'm really like visualizing like the story.
Either aggressively, directly forcing people to pay attention to them, or passively, playing on people's sympathy or curiosity to gain attention.
A troll might pop in tonight, and it's gonna be because it's controlled drama and wants to get attention. It wants to be seen, like so. It's trying to take my energy, like to focus on them, like so. It happens a lot, and like people just don't know I understand what they doing, so it really don't phase me. Like so I just be trying to calling their ass out.
For instance, if someone threatens you, either verbally or physically, then you are forced, for fear of something bad happening to you, to pay attention to him, and so to give him energy. The person threatening you would be pulling you into the most aggressive kind of drama, what the sixth insight calls the intimidator. If, on the other hand, someone tells you all the horrible things that are already happening to them, implying perhaps that you are responsible, and that if you refuse to help, these horrible things are going to continue, then this person is seeking to control at the most passive level, with what the manuscript calls a poor me drama. Think about this one for a moment. Haven't you ever been around someone who makes you feel guilty when you're in their presence, even though you know there is no reason to feel this way? Yes.
Haven't you ever
Well,
experienced that? I'm
it's
pretty sure
because you
you
have
have.
entered the drama world of a poor me. Everything they say
Stay
and
away
do
from
puts you
poor
in a
me's
place where you have to defend
and
against the idea that
intimidators.
you're not doing enough for this person. That's why you feel guilty just being around them. I nodded. Everyone's drama can be
Two
examined,
blunts
he
down, like
continued,
we still
according to
got a
where it
few
falls on
hours
this
left on this
spectrum
book,
from
so
aggressive to
shit.
passive.
Ain't no telling how
If a
long, how many
person is
blunts I'm gonna
subtle in
smoke
their
by the time this
aggression,
mug is over.
finding fault and
I'm
slowly
not just gonna
undermining your
just go
world in
back to
order to
back to
get
back
your
to back to
energy,
back though.
then,
I'll take a
as we
break.
saw in your father, this person would be an interrogator. Less passive than the poor me would be your aloofness drama. So the order of dramas goes this way: intimidator, interrogator, aloof, and poor me. Does that make sense? I guess. You think everyone falls somewhere among these styles? That's correct. Some people use more than one in different circumstances, but most of us have one dominant control drama that we tend to repeat, depending on which one worked well on the members of our early family. It suddenly dawned on me. My mother did exactly the same thing to me as my father. I looked at Sanchez. My mother. I know what she was. She was also an interrogator. So you had a double dose, Sanchez said.
My granny was
No
an
wonder you're so
interrogator
aloof.
and an intimidator.
But at least they weren't intimidating you. At least you never feared for your safety.
Well, my grandma
What would
wasn't
have
an
happened in that
intimidator. She was
case?
just an interrogator.
You would have become stuck in a poor me drama. Do you see how this works? If you are a
My
child and
older
someone is
sister
draining
is
your
a
energy
poor
by
me.
threatening you with bodily harm,
My older brother is a interrogator. I dropped aloof because that's what I was at first, but I dropped that whole thing. I'm like, I'm not about to keep playing that game, like, cause I don't want to be like that my whole life, like trying to be mysterious. Like shit, I'd rather just get on camera, let people see, and let people hear what I got to say. But I'm not sure if you touched these two books yet. They're great so far. The Science of Getting Rich and The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman. I've read a little bit of The Science of Getting Rich. I haven't read The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman though. I, but not to say I won't check that out. Another thing though, I'm gonna try to stay away from the black conscious books that wake people up because that's what'll get you shadow banned on here. Like they don't want you to like wake people up like that. Like we can listen to the Think and Grow Rich or Celestine Prophecy. Those books are written by like white people, and like it's okay like to listen to that for some reason. That gets a lot of views compared to if I'm gonna listen to a conscious book. And plus, I ain't trying to attract a certain type of uh people. Like even though like I will read the book, I'm just not gonna have that on my channel. Like I'm gonna read that by myself. Like and there's other books like the Pale Horse, the White Pale Horse. I forgot the name of it. Like I would have loved to read that online, but at the same time I don't want like cause for the, I'm telling you 3 years straight, almost 4 years, my channel wasn't getting no views, and I was trying to like post conscious talk like just be conscious, like do something different, but they want you to follow an algorithm. Like so, posting shorts of Nipsey Hussle, Rick Ross, your favorite rapper, whoever. Like I realized that's what got my views up. That's what got me subscribers. So that's what I'm sticking to. But at nighttime, like that's when I do the book club, and it's like it's giving game. Like it's I'm giving you a balance of fucking bullshit. Well, Nipsey Hussle and his interviews ain't bullshit, but like that celebrity lifestyle, the celebrity shit that I post, that ain't got nothing to do with who I am. I don't actually give a fuck about. I don't give a fuck about a celebrity. Like at the end of the day, like so. But I understand like how this fucking shit works. So my phone fucking froze on me. Not froze,
then
but it
being aloof doesn't work. You can't
notification
get
popped
them
up.
to give you energy by playing
I
coy.
have to find my
They
charger.
don't give a damn what's going on inside you. They're coming on too strong. So you're forced to become more
King Von
passive
Nipsey.
and to try the poor
Exactly.
me approach, appealing to the mercy of the person,
Like
guilt-tripping them about the harm they are doing. If
Nipsey is the person who blew my channel up. Like so, what I have realized over the years, like when I would watch like interview clips, it was of people who just reposted like a Nipsey clip. So I'm like, wait, y'all getting paid off just reposting? So like that's what I started doing. I'm like, okay, I know a fan base I want. Like I want Nipsey fan base. If it came down to it, I want somebody who fuck with Nipsey because I fuck with Nipsey. Like so, I don't really post bullshit, but the comedy, the hilarious, funny shit I do post on my shit is just because it's funny to me. It's like, nah, I don't want to be that person that like that's all like serious all the time. Like I want you to be able to laugh, have fun, chill, smoke. Like when you come to this like this area, because this is a safe space like that I'm creating. So I just want you to be able to vibe.
doesn't work, then as a child you endure until you are big enough to explode against the violence and fight aggression with aggression.
I used to fight
He
my grandma
paused. Like the child you
all the
told me
time.
about, the one in the Peruvian
Huh?
family that served you dinner.
One of my grandma used to try to whoop me for no reason. Well, sometimes you would have a reason to whoop me. I get tired of just always getting whooped, so I will fight back. Like so, that's why she kicked me out at 17. Cause I was like, man, she wasn't about to whoop me, but like she just was trying to make me do something when I was sick, and I'm like, I'm like, why? We got five people that live in this house. Actually, my little sister had moved. I mean, no, not my little sister, but my big sister had already left the house. So it was four of us left, and she had wanted me to do something, and I'm like, I asked my little brother, the little sister, I'm not feeling good. So she started being the way she was, like her control drama, and my control drama is like, it's only so many times I'm gonna let you do something before I explode. Like so, I exploded. She kicked me out. Ended up calling the police on me. I got arrested in high school in my high school class in my junior year of high school. At like I think it was like my first or second period. Like got called down to the office, got arrested because they said I ran away. So I'm like, dang, how you gonna kick me out and then call the police and said I ran away? Then I get arrested. Like I had to spend a night in juvie. Like and that was the last time I ever went to like any type of fucking like jail or anything. Like was when I went to juvie, and I'm like, I ain't ever going back here. Like this shit is not for me. And my dad died in prison, so like my whole thing is like I'm avoiding prison no matter what. Like I'll die before I go to jail. Like so.
A person goes to whatever extreme necessary to get attention energy in their family. And after that, the strategy becomes their dominant way of controlling to get energy from everyone. The drama they constantly repeat. I understand the intimidator, I said. But how does the interrogator develop? What would you do if you were a child and your family members were either not there or ignored you because they were preoccupied with their careers or something?
That was me.
I don't know. Playing aloof would not get their attention. They wouldn't notice. Wouldn't you have to resort to probing and prying and finally finding something wrong in these aloof people in order to force attention and energy? This is what an interrogator does.
Oh, so I'm really an
I began
interrogator.
to
I
get
don't know
the
where
insight.
aloof came from.
Aloof people create interrogators.
Oh, that's what aloof people do. Like so, my mom and my dad wasn't there. Like so, I couldn't fucking be aloof to them. Like I couldn't be. I mean, she did. My mom did come around sometimes, so I guess that's why I kind of developed that control drama too. But the interrogator, like I asked a lot of questions. Like my kids or they already know. Like shit, I'ma figure it out. They're like, dang, dad, you a private investigator or something? Like so, I developed that as a child as well. Like so, I'm able to identify like what my like listening to this book. I'm able to identify like what my control drama is because I done listened to it plenty of times. So me knowing myself, and knowing how I've been acting and reacting my whole life, like I know who I am. So like I had to let that shit go because that doesn't work out for anybody. I mean, it works out for you until you learn, until you know. Now, if you continue to do that after you learn and know, then the karma that you receive is gonna be way worse. It's something about learning your lessons and still making the same mistakes where your ass can, you don't want them problems.
That's right.
I said
And
that's right.
interrogators make people aloof, and intimidators create the poor me approach. Or, if this fails, another intimidator. Exactly. That's how control dramas perpetuate themselves. But remember, there is a tendency to see these dramas in others, but to think that we ourselves are free from such devices. Each of us must transcend this illusion before we can go on. Almost all of us tend to be stuck, at least some of the time, in a drama. And we have to step back and look at ourselves long enough to discover what it is. I was silent for a moment. Finally, I looked at Sanchez again and asked, once we see our drama, what happens next? Sanchez slowed the truck in order to look me in the eyes. We are truly free to become more than the unconscious act we play. As I said before, we can find a higher meaning for our lives, a spiritual reason we were born to our particular families. We can begin to get clear about who we really are. We're almost there, Sanchez said. The road was cresting between two peaks. As we passed the huge formation on our right, I saw a small house ahead. It backed up to another majestic pinnacle of rock. His truck isn't here, Sanchez said. We parked and walked to the house. Sanchez opened the door and walked inside while I waited. I took in several breaths. The air was cool and very thin. Overhead, the sky was dark gray and thick with clouds. It looked as though it might rain.
It's 8:30 now, and this is usually when I start my live. So this is like now it really begins. Like now the live really begins. Like so, I'm a whole 2 hours early. I feel like this over. I'm doing overtime. Like I might stick to like the whole 6:30 thing. Like instead of like waiting till 8:30. Like because then that's just gonna force me to do things like way earlier. Then I don't know, get more watch time hours in. So I just gotta keep working on my strategy and whatever is the fastest, the smartest way to doing things. Like that's what I'm about.
Walked back to the door. No one is inside. He must be at the ruins. Well, how do we get there? He suddenly looked exhausted. They're up ahead about a half mile, he said, handing me the keys to the truck. Follow the road past the next ridge, and you'll see them down below. Take the truck. I want to stay here and meditate. Okay, I will, I said, walking around to get in the vehicle. I drove forward into a little valley and then up the next ridge, anticipating the view. The sight did not
The
disappoint me.
Celestine Prophecy.
As I crested the ridge, I saw the full splendor of the ruins at Machu Picchu. A temple complex of massive, carefully shaped rocks, weighing tons sitting atop each other on the mountain. Even in the dull, cloudy light, the beauty of the place was overwhelming.
This ends side 1 of cassette 4. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
I stopped the truck and soaked up the energy for 10 or 15 minutes. Several groups of people were walking through the ruins. I saw a man wearing a
If you
priest's
get into
collar leave the
relaxing
remains of a
mode,
building
you'll be
and
able to
walk
like
toward a
really
vehicle parked
visualize it, and it's
nearby.
gonna be like a movie.
Because
For
of the
real.
distance, and because the man wore a leather jacket rather than a priest's robe, I couldn't be sure it was Father
Like,
Carl.
yeah, if you shut the fuck up too, we can do it
I
too.
started the truck and drove
Yeah, I
closer.
know.
As soon as he heard the sound, he looked up and smiled, apparently recognizing the vehicle as belonging to Sanchez. When he saw me inside, he looked interested and walked over. His build was short and squat, with dull brown hair and pudgy features, with deep blue eyes. He looked to be about 30. I'm with Father Sanchez, I said, stepping from the vehicle and introducing myself. He's up at your house. He offered his hand. I'm Father Carl. I glanced past him to the ruins. The cut stone was even more impressive when in close proximity. Is this the first time you've been here? He asked. Yes, it is, I replied. I've heard about this place for years, but I never anticipated this. It is one of the highest energy centers in the world, he said. I looked closely at him. Clearly he spoke about energy in the same sense it was used in the manuscript. I nodded affirmatively, then said, I'm at a point where I'm consciously trying to build energy and deal with my control drama. I felt somewhat pretentious at saying that, but comfortable enough to be honest. You don't seem too aloof, he said. I was startled. How did you know that was my drama? I asked. I've developed an instinct for it. That's why I'm here. You help people see their way of controlling? Yes, and their true self. His eyes shone with sincerity. He was totally direct, with no hint of embarrassment at revealing himself to a
That's who
stranger.
I am. I'm here to show you
I
who your
remained
true self
silent, so he
is.
said, You understand the first 5 insights? I've read most of them, I said, and I've talked with several people. As soon as I made this statement, I realized I was being too vague. I think I understand the first 5, I added. It's number 6 that I'm not clear about. He nodded, then said, Most of the people I talk with haven't even heard of the manuscript. They come up here and are entranced by the energy. That alone makes them rethink their lives. How do you meet these people?
That's
He
why
looked
it's
at me with a
important
knowing
to
expression.
move.
They seem to find me.
That's why it's important to move from your environment. If you're in the city you live in, it don't give you no good energy. You gotta move. Like when I moved to Vegas from Gary, Indiana, my life changed. I can't lie. Like I guess it's the energy out here made me like just wanna get on my grind. Like for real. Like shit. I don't know what it is about the West Coast. Like but Vegas, like it made me like just up my game like 100-fold, like compared to when I was just in Gary. Like so, if you live in the Midwest, you live in the South, and like wherever you live, it ain't helping you get no type of money, no type of income. You're not prospering there. Like then it's time to move. And don't be afraid, like to have faith and like just take that chance. Like shit, I did it. Shit, a couple times. Like shit, the first time I moved out of Indiana, I went into the military at 18. Like so, then the next time I left North Carolina, I went back home. Like, and I ain't had nothing but my suitcase. Like, and then the next time I left Indiana, I came here. Like so, I'm always moving around. I'm always trying to evolve. Like even before I woke up, even before I like got conscious or anything, like I was always on the move trying to grow. Like, I wasn't never trying to stay in the same spot. Like so, move. And like shit, if you know you need to move, move. Like shit, save you up some money, whatever it is. Like shit, have a plan. And don't look back. Like shit, even if you moving, like it's hard at first. Like shit, of course it's gonna be tests, like to test you to see if you gonna turn and go back home. But are you gonna overcome those different type of tests? Because we all tested. Shit, we all tested. Especially when you want something in life, like you're gonna be tested.
You said you helped them find their true self. How? He took a long breath, then said, There's only one way. Each of us has to go back to our family experience, that childhood time and place, and review what happened. Once we become conscious of our control drama, then we can focus on the higher truth of our family, the silver lining, so to speak, that lies beyond the energy conflict. Once we find this truth, it can energize our lives, for this truth tells us who we are, the path we are on, what we are doing. That's what Sanchez has told me, I said. I want to know more about how to find this truth. He zipped up his coat against the late afternoon chill. I hope we can talk more about it later, he said. Right now, I would like to greet Father Sanchez. I looked out at the ruins and he added, feel free to look around as long as you would like. I'll see you back at my house later. For the next hour and a half, I walked through the ancient site. At certain spots, I would linger, feeling more buoyant than at others. I wondered with fascination about the civilization that had built these temples. How did they move these stones up here and place them atop one another in this fashion? It seemed impossible. As my intense interest in the ruins began to wane, my thoughts turned to my personal situation. Although my circumstances had not changed, I felt less fearful now. Sanchez's confidence had reassured me. I had been stupid to doubt him, and I already liked Father Carl. As darkness descended, I walked back to the truck and returned to Father Carl's house. As I drove up, I could see the two men standing close to each other inside. When I entered, I heard laughter. Both were busy in the kitchen preparing dinner. Father Carl greeted me and escorted me to a chair. I sat down lazily in front of a large fire in the fireplace and looked around. The room was large and paneled with wide boards, which were lightly stained. I could see two other rooms, bedrooms apparently, linked by a narrow hallway. The house was lit with low-wattage bulbs, and I thought I could detect the faint hum of a generator. When the preparations were completed, I was summoned to a rough plank table. Sanchez offered a brief prayer, and then we ate, the two men continuing to talk. Afterward, we sat together by the fire. Father Carl has spoken with Will, Sanchez said. When? I asked, immediately excited. Will came through here several days ago, Father Carl said. I had met him a year ago, and he came by to bring me some information. He said he thought he knew who was behind the governmental action against the manuscript. Who? I asked. Cardinal Sebastian, Sanchez interjected. What is he doing? I asked. Apparently, Sanchez said, he is using his influence with the government to increase the military pressure against the manuscript. He has always preferred to work quietly through the government rather than force a division within the church. Now he is intensifying his efforts. Unfortunately, it may be working. What do you mean, I asked. Except for the few priests of the Northern Council and a few others like Julie and Will, no one else seems to have any copies any longer. What about the scientists at Vicente, I asked. Both men were silent for a moment. Then Father Carl said, Will told me the government has closed it down. All the scientists were arrested, and their research data was confiscated. Will the scientific community stand for that? I asked. What choice do they have? Sanchez said. Besides, that research wasn't accepted by most scientists anyway. The government is apparently selling the idea that these people were breaking the law. I can't believe the government could get away with doing that.
How
Apparently they
naive.
have, Father Carl said. I made some calls to check and I received the same story. Though they're keeping it very quiet, the government is intensifying its crackdown. What do you think will happen? I asked them both. Father Carl shrugged his shoulders, and Father Sanchez said, I don't know. It may depend on what Will finds. Why? I asked. He appears to be close to finding the missing part of the manuscript, the ninth insight. Perhaps when he does, there will be enough interest to create worldwide intervention here. Where did he say he was going? I asked Father Carl. He didn't know. Exactly. But he said his intuitions were leading him further north, near Guatemala. His intuitions were leading him? Yes. You'll understand that after you get clear about who you are and go on to the seventh insight. I looked at both of them, at how incredibly serene they appeared. How can you remain so calm? I asked. What if they come crashing in here and arrest all of us? They gazed at me patiently. Then Father Sanchez spoke.
Finding those insights are like different conscious levels. So right now he like at like number 6. So in there's 9 insights in the book, but there's actual 10 overall. But the 10th, that's a different book, and it's called The 10th Insight, and it's written by the same guy. I actually never read that book, but as far as I'm concerned, I know I'm on like the ninth insight as far as like conscious level. Like, so I'm pretty up there. Not to toot my own horn or anything, but hey.
Don't confuse calmness with carelessness. Our peaceful countenance is a measure of how well we're connected with the energy. We stay connected because it is the best thing for us to do, regardless of the circumstances. You understand that, don't you? Yes, I said, of course. I guess I'm having trouble staying connected myself. Both men smiled. Staying connected, Father Carl said, will be easier once you get clear on who you are. Father Sanchez stood up then and walked away, announcing that he would be doing the dishes. I looked at Father Carl. Okay, I said, how do I start getting clear about myself? Father Sanchez tells me, he replied, that you already understand the control dramas of your parents. That's right, they were both interrogators, and that made me aloof. Okay, now you must look past the energy competition that existed in your family and search for the real reason you were there. I looked at him blankly. The process of finding your true spiritual identity involves looking at your whole life as one long story, trying to find a higher meaning. Begin by asking yourself this question. Why was I born to this particular family? What might have been the purpose for that? I don't know, I said.
You gotta ask yourself that. Why was you born in your family? I had to ask myself that. And it goes beyond like what I expected when I asked that first the first time I asked that question. Like at first I used to just think like your family is really your family. Your blood is your blood. Through all your lifetimes. Like I always believed in past lives, but I always just thought your mom was always your mom, your brother was always your brother. But that's not the case. Like every time you reincarnate, my mom won't be my mom. She wasn't my mom ever my other lifetime. She probably played my mom before. I've been here like 18 times, so like my mom wasn't my mom last time or the time before that. Like so she was probably like my sister or like just some female who was very close to me, like who decided like we came to a decision like she was gonna play the role of my mom. Like so her leaving my life, like that happened in my past life or my last life. My mom left my life. Well, she never was there. Like she put me off with her ex husband who wasn't that wasn't my dad. Like so she put I was raised by my own stepdad. My mom wasn't there. Like so my mom wasn't here in this lifetime. Like she was always on the road and going. Like so we repeat these cycles until we learn these lessons. And I learned why I was here, why I chose my family. And it was to help me evolve my soul. Like so everything that I went through in my life dealing with family, like it's because it was like just to help me evolve and to help me grow. So I decided that trying to be a mechanic was going to take too long, so I just signed the papers to be a infantry. Shout out to the infantry. Uh, I was in an infantry unit, like so. Using I almost went into the infantry, but I signed up to be a cook. Like so, but I was in like I said, I was in the infantry unit. So everything they did, all the training they did, I went to their school, went all on their training missions. Like so I got to experience like being an infantry man. I kinda hated it because I didn't like to work out. I was one of those type of people, but like I just went into the military because I wanted to get out of my I wanted to get out of Gary and I'm like, man, I don't see nobody else doing nothing. I don't want to just be sitting around like that wasn't gonna work for me. So I took a chance and it worked, and now it still benefits me today. Like so, hey, that's a good move. If your goal is to do 3 years, there's plenty of jobs like when you get out for infantryman. Like especially if you do it right. Like as long as you keep your mental strong, like you'll be good.
Father was an interrogator. What else was he? You mean, what did he stand for? Yes. I thought for a moment, then said, my father genuinely believes in enjoying life, in living with integrity but making the most of what life has to offer. You know, living life to the fullest. Has
Sound
he
like
been
me.
able to do this? To some extent, but somehow he always seems to have a run of bad luck just when he thinks he's about to enjoy life the
Oh,
most.
that ain't me.
Father Carl
That
squinted his
used to be
eyes in
me.
contemplation. He believes life is for fun and enjoyment, but he hasn't quite pulled it off? Yes. Have you thought about why? Not really. I always figured he was unlucky. Maybe he hasn't found a way to do it yet. Maybe not. What about your mother? She's no longer living. Can you see what her life represented? Yes, her life was her church. She stood for Christian principles. In what way? She believed in community service and in following God's laws. Did she follow God's laws? To the
Sound like
letter,
my Gigi.
at least so far as her church taught. Was she able to convince your father to do the same thing? I laughed. Not really. My mother wanted him to go to church every week and to be involved in community programs, but as I told you, he was more of a free spirit than that. So where did that leave you? I looked at him. I've never thought about it. Didn't they both want your allegiance? Wasn't that why they were interrogating you? To make sure you weren't siding with the values of the other? Didn't they both want you to think their way was the best? Yes, you're right. How did you respond? I just tried to avoid taking a stand, I guess. They both monitored you to see if you were measuring up to their particular views, and unable to please both, you became aloof. That's about it, I said. What happened to your mother? He asked. She developed Parkinson's disease and died after being sick for a long time. Did she remain true to her faith? Absolutely, I said, throughout it all. So what meaning?
We was just talking about Muhammad Ali in the other live, and I mentioned Parkinson's disease. So hopefully, ain't nobody about to catch that shit. That's the second time. Like I start, once I start seeing shit repeatedly, I'm like, I start to see, okay, why am I seeing it? Like so, hearing Parkinson's twice in a couple days, like now I'm like taking notice.
Did she leave you with? What? You're looking for the meaning her life has for you, the reason you were born to her, what you were there to learn. Every human being, whether they are conscious of it or not, illustrates with their lives how he or she thinks a human being is supposed to live.
Have you figured out like why you chose to be born by your parents? Like, have you figured out what you learned from them? Like, what they basically branded into you? Like, I understand why I was born into my family. Even though I can't say exact why, like, my mom went the route she went and my dad went the route he went, but I understand why I was raised by my grandmother and my Gigi. Because if I was raised by my mom, I would have turned out way different. Like so, I was raised very strict. Even and like we went out a lot. We went to different. We visited different states every year. We got to stay at the best hotels. Got to eat at the best restaurants. So even though at home like it felt like shit, we were slaves. We was always cleaning. We was always getting in trouble. Always getting whoopings. Like I hated that growing up. And then my Gigi, like she was a church woman, so she would always sit and talk about just everything. Like so for hours we would have to listen. Like so at first I didn't understand why we was being raised right like that. I used to hate it because I wasn't getting Jordans. I wasn't getting name brand clothes. We was shopping at the thrift store and Goodwill. Like but we was getting name brand stuff from there. It just wasn't brand new. Like so I kind of it was a balance. Like so I kind of grew up not wealthy but like middle class. Like doing good for yourself in the hood. Kind of crazy, but I was always able to get a different perspective on life, just how I grew up. So, shout out to my grandma, shout out to my Gigi. They did raise me right.
You must try to discover what she taught you, and at the same time, what about her life could have been done better? What you would have changed about your mother is part of what you yourself are working on. Why only part? because how you would improve on your father's life is the other part. I was still confused. He placed his hand on my shoulder. We are not merely the physical creation of our parents. We are also the spiritual creation. You were born to these two people, and their lives had an irrevocable effect on who you are. To discover your real self, you must admit that the real you began in a position between their truths. That's why you were born there, to take a higher perspective on what they stood for. Your path is about discovering a truth that is a higher synthesis of what these two people believed. I nodded. So, how would you express what your parents taught you? I'm not sure, I replied. What do you think? My father thought life was about maximizing his aliveness, his enjoyment of who he was, and he tried to pursue that end. And my mother believed more in sacrifice and in spending her time in service to others, denying herself. She felt this is what the scriptures command. And you, how do you feel about this? I don't know, really. Which viewpoint would you choose
It
for
looked like he
yourself, that of your
maximizing
mother
his
or
life
that
to
of your
me.
father?
Like, shit. Chasing
Neither.
some manuscripts
I mean,
you
life
have
is
no
not that
idea
simple.
about.
He laughed. You're being vague. I guess I don't know. But if you had to choose one or the other. I hesitated, trying to think honestly. Then the answer came to me. They're both correct, I said. And incorrect. His eyes beamed. How? I'm not sure exactly, but I think a correct life must include both views. The question for you, Father Carl said, is how? How does one live a life that is both? From your mother, you received the knowledge that life is about spirituality. From your father, you learned that life is about self-enhancement, fun, adventure. So my life, I interrupted, is about somehow combining the two approaches? Yes. For you, spirituality is the question. Your whole life will be about finding one that is self-enhancing. This is the problem your parents were unable to reconcile, the one they left for you. This is your evolutionary question, your quest this lifetime. The idea propelled me into deep thought. Father Carl said something else, but I couldn't concentrate on what he was saying. The waning fire was having a calming effect on me. I realized I was tired. Father Carl sat up straight and said, I think you're out of energy for tonight. But let me leave you with one thought. You can go to sleep and never think again of what we have discussed. You can go right back into your old drama. Or you can wake up tomorrow and hold on to this new idea of who you are. If you do, then you can take the next step in the process, which is to look closely at all the other things that have happened to you since birth. If you view your life as one story from birth to right now, you'll be able to see how you have been working on this question all along. You'll be able to see how you came to be here in Peru and what you should do next. I nodded and looked at him closely. His eyes were warm and caring and held the same expression I had seen so often on Will's face and Sanchez's. Good night, Father Carl said, and walked into the bedroom and closed the door. I unrolled my sleeping bag on the floor and fell quickly to sleep. I woke up with Will on my mind. I wanted to ask Father Carl what else he knew of Will's plans. As I lay there thinking, still zipped in the sleeping bag, Father Carl walked into the room quietly and began rebuilding the fire. I unzipped the bag and he looked over at me, alerted by the sound. Good morning, he said. How did you sleep? Okay, I replied, standing. He put fresh kindling on the coals and then larger pieces of firewood. What did Will say he was going to do? I asked. Father Carl stood and faced me. He said he was going to a friend's house to wait for some information he expected. Apparently information about the ninth insight. What else did he say? I asked. Will told me that he thought Father Sebastian intends to find the last insight himself and seems to be close. Will thinks that the person who controls the last insight will determine whether the manuscript ever becomes widely distributed and understood. Why? I'm not sure, really. Will was one of the first to ever collect and read the insights. He may understand them better than any man alive. He feels, I think, that the last insight will make all the others become more clear and accepted. Do you think he's right? I asked. I don't know, he replied. I don't understand as much as he does. All I understand is what I'm supposed to do. What is that? He paused momentarily, then replied, as I said before, my truth is to help people discover who they really are. When I read the manuscript, this mission became clear to me. The sixth insight is my special insight. My truth is helping others grasp this insight. And I'm effective because I've gone through the process myself.
Hey, shout
What
out
was
to
your
you,
control drama?
Skywalker.
I
Hey,
asked.
Midwest in the
He looked at
house.
me with amusement.
Stay strong, my brother.
I was an
Thank you for
interrogator.
tuning in.
You controlled people by finding something wrong with the way they lived their lives? That's right. My father was a poor me, and my mother was aloof. They completely ignored me. The only way I could get any attention energy was to pry into what they were doing, and then point out something wrong with it. And when did you work through this drama? About 18 months ago, when I met Father Sanchez and began to study the manuscript. After I really looked at my parents, I realized what my experience with them was preparing me to do. You see, my father stood for accomplishment. He was very goal-oriented. He planned his time to the minute and judged himself according to how much he got done. My mother was very intuitive and mystical. She believed that each of us received spiritual guidance and that life was about following this
I'm
direction.
both of those people.
What did your father think about that? He thought it was crazy. I smiled but said nothing. Can you see where that left me? Father Carl asked. I shook my head. I couldn't quite grasp it. Because of my father.
I'm goal oriented and like I'm spiritual based. Like so, like it just works out for me. Like just chasing my dreams, and it only makes sense for me to like to just chase after like what's for me. Cause like I'm goal oriented. So like I set my goal. I made a community post early, and I said like what it said like set your goals super high. So even if you don't accomplish those goals, like you still like be more successful than like a lot of people. Like so, Shalom. Shout out to you, Juanita. Like, hey, Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia. That's my like birthplace. I ain't stay there long, but that is my birthplace. So shout out to Macon. I do got family out there.
He said. I was sensitized to the idea that life was about accomplishment, having something important to do and getting it done. But at the same time, my mother was there to tell me life was about inner direction, an intuitive guidance of some sort. I realized that my life was a synthesis of both viewpoints. I was trying to discover how we are guided inwardly toward the mission only we can do, knowing it is of supreme importance to pursue this mission if we are to feel happy and fulfilled. I nodded. And, he continued, you can see why I was excited about the sixth insight. As soon as I read it, I knew that my work was to help people get clear so they could develop this sense of purpose. Do you know how Will got on the path he is on? Yes. He shared some of this information with me. Will's drama was to be aloof, like yours. Also, as in your case, each of his parents was an interrogator, and each had a strong philosophy they wanted Will to adopt. Will's father was a German novelist who argued that the ultimate destiny of the human race was to perfect itself. His father never advocated anything but the purest of humanitarian principles. But the Nazis used his basic idea of perfection to help legitimize their murderous liquidation of inferior races. The corruption of his theme destroyed the old man and led him to move to South America with his wife and Will. His wife was a Peruvian who grew up
That's
in America.
crazy. Everything start off like with a good idea, and then just over time it gets corrupted and like shit. That's why I'm trying to build positive minds only to where it stands strong, like no matter what. Like this, I'm trying to make it bulletproof, cause it seems like everything gets tainted over time. Like shit. Ain't no telling what's gonna fucking be the narrative. Like shit, 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now, with positive minds only when I'm dead and gone. Like just hopefully, like I done did it good enough to where it's still all about having a positive mind only. Like so, mm,
Was educated there. She was a writer too, but she was basically Eastern in her philosophical beliefs. She held that life was about reaching an inner enlightenment, a higher consciousness marked by peace of mind and detachment from the things of the world. According to her, life was not about perfection. It was about letting go of the need to perfect anything, to go anywhere. Can you see where this left Will? I shook my head. He was left, Father Carl continued, in a difficult position. His father championed the Western idea of working for progress and perfection, and his mother held the Eastern belief that life was only about reaching inner peace, not...
see, like that's my thing. Like I'm both goal oriented and spiritual, like led. Like so, I let my spirit lead me to like setting different goals. Like so, it works out for me. But at first, I didn't know what I wanted to do. Like I was trying to be mysterious. So, like I had control dramas that I didn't know about. So I had to heal from all of that. And now you see this version of me. Not perfect, but I'm still evolving. I'm still growing. Like, you, hey, ain't no telling what I'm gonna be here from now.
else. These two people had prepared Will to work on integrating the main philosophical differences between Eastern and Western culture, although he didn't know it at first. He first became an engineer dedicated to progress, and then a simple guide who sought peace by bringing people to the beautiful, inwardly moving places in this country. But searching out the manuscript awakened all this in him. The insights speak directly to his main question. They reveal that the thought of both East and West can indeed be integrated into a higher truth. They show us that the West is correct in maintaining that life is about progress, about evolving towards something higher. Yet the East is also correct in emphasizing that we must let go of control with the ego. We can't progress by using logic alone. We have to attain a fuller consciousness, an inner connection with God, because only then can our evolution towards something better be guided by a higher part of ourselves. When Will began to discover the insights, his whole life began to flow. He met Jose, the priest who first found the manuscript and had it translated. Soon after that, he met the owner of Vicente and helped start the research there. And about the same time, he met Julia, who was in business but was also guiding people to the virgin forests. It was with Julia that Will had the most affinity. They hit it off immediately because of the similarity in the questions they pursued. Julia grew up with a father who talked of spiritual ideas, but in a capricious and flaky way. Her mother, on the other hand, was a college speech teacher, a debater, who demanded clear thinking. Naturally, Julia found herself wanting information about spirituality, but insisting that it be intelligible and precise. Will wanted a synthesis between East and West that explained human spirituality, and Julia wanted this explanation to be perfectly clear, something the manuscript was providing for both. "Breakfast is ready," Sanchez called from the kitchen. I turned around, surprised. I didn't realize Sanchez was up. Without pursuing the conversation any further, Father Carl and I got up and joined Sanchez in a meal of fruit and cereal. Afterwards, Father Carl asked me to take a walk to the ruins with him. I agreed, wanting very much to go there again. Both of us looked at Father Sanchez, and he gracefully declined, explaining that he needed to drive down the mountain and make some phone calls. Outside, the sky was crystal clear, and the sun shone brightly over the peaks. We walked briskly. "Do you think there is a way to contact Will?" I asked. "No," he replied. He did not tell me who his friends were. The only way would be to drive to Iquitos, the town near the northern border, and I think that might be unsafe right now. "Why there?" I asked. He said he thought his search would take him to this town. There are many ruins near there. Also, Cardinal Sebastian has a mission nearby. "Do you think Will find the last insight?" "I don't know." We walked in silence for several minutes. Then Father Carl asked, "Have you made a decision about what course to take personally?" "What do you mean?" "Father Sanchez said you were talking at first about going back immediately to the United States, but that lately you seem to be more interested in exploring the insides. How are you feeling now?" "Precarious," I said. "But for some reason I also want to continue." "I understand a man was killed right beside you." "That's right. And still you want to stay?" "No," I said. "I want to get away."
Motherfucker said precarious. Let me see what that shit mean. I ain't no fucking genius, but I am a person like if I don't know a word, I'm gonna like try to see what it mean. Not securely held or in position, dangerously likely to fall or collapse, dependent on chance, uncertain.
"It's my life. Yet here I am." "Why do you think that is?" he asked. I scrutinized his expression. "I don't know. Do you? Do you remember where we left our conversation last night?" I remembered exactly. We had discovered the question my parents left with me, to find a spirituality that is self-enhancing, that gives one a sense of adventure and fulfillment. And you said if I looked closely at how my life has evolved, this question would put my life in perspective and clear up what's happening to me now. He smiled mysteriously. "Yes, according to the manuscript it will." "How does that occur?" "Each of us must look at the significant turns in our lives and reinterpret them in light of our evolutionary question." I shook my head, not comprehending. "Try to perceive the sequence of interests, important friends, coincidences that have occurred in your life. Weren't they leading you somewhere?" I thought about my life since childhood, but could find no pattern. "How did you spend your time as you grew up?" he asked. "I don't know. I was a typical child, I guess. I read a lot." "What did you read?" "Mystery stuff mostly. Science fiction, ghost stories, that kind of thing." "What happened in your life after that?" I thought about the effect my grandfather had on me, and told Father Carl about the lake in the mountains. He nodded his head knowingly. "And after you grew up, what happened?" "I went away to college. My grandfather died while I was away." "What did you study at college?" "Sociology." "Why?" "I met a professor I liked. His knowledge of human nature interested me. I decided to study with him." "What happened then?" "I graduated and went to work." "Did you enjoy it?" "Yes, for a long time." "Then things changed?" "I felt that what I was doing wasn't complete. I was working with emotionally disturbed adolescents, and I thought I knew how they could transcend their pasts and stop the acting out that was so self-defeating. I thought I could help them go on with their lives. I finally realized something was missing in my approach." "Then what?" "I quit. And, and then an old friend called and told me about the manuscript." "Is that when you decided to come to Peru?" "Yes." "What do you think of your experience here?" "I think I'm crazy," I said. "I think I'm going to get myself killed." "But what do you think of the way your experience has progressed?" "I don't understand." "When Father Sanchez told me what had happened to you since coming to Peru," he said, "I was amazed at the series of coincidences that brought you face to face with the different insights of the manuscript just when you needed them." "What do you think that means?" I asked. He stopped walking and faced me. "It means you were ready. You are like the rest of us here. You came to
Y'all
the
reading
point where
this
you
book
needed the
and
manuscript in
listening
order
to
to
this book
continue
at this
your life
present
evolution.
time, whoever is in this live,
Think about how the event...
you are ready to receive this information. Like you could have been came across this book. Somebody could have been told you about this book. But now, like what you're listening to at this present moment is what you're supposed to be listening to. Shout out for y'all to being in the right spot because it is Saturday night You could be doing anything else, but you're here.
Your life fit together. From the beginning, you were interested in mysterious topics, and that interest finally led you to study human nature. Why do you think you happened to meet that particular teacher? He crystallized your interests and led you into looking at the greatest mystery, the human situation on this planet, the question of what life is about. Then, at some level, you knew that life's meaning was connected to the problem of transcending our past conditioning and moving our lives forward. That's why you were working with those kids. But, as you can understand now, it has taken the insights to clear up what was missing in your technique with those youths. In order for emotionally disturbed children to evolve, they have to do what we all have to do. Get connected with enough energy to see through their intense control drama, what you call acting out, and go forward in what turns out to be a spiritual process, a process you've been trying to understand all along. See the higher perspective on these events. All the interests that led you forward in your past, all these stages of growth, were just preparing you to be here, now, exploring the insights. You've been working on your evolutionary search for a self-enhancing spirituality throughout your entire life. And the energy you acquired from that natural spot where you grew up, an energy your grandfather was trying to show you, finally gave you the courage to come to Peru. You are here because this is where you need to be to continue the evolution. Your whole life has been a long road leading directly to this moment. He smiled. When you finally integrate this view of your life, you will have achieved what the manuscript calls a clear awareness of your spiritual path. According to the manuscript, we must all spend as much time as necessary going through this process of clearing your past. Most of us have a control drama we have to transcend, but once we do, we can comprehend the higher meaning of why we
Should
were
y'all
born
get
to
this
our
video a
particular
thumbs up?
parents, and what all the twists and turns of our lives were preparing us to do. We all have a spiritual purpose, a mission, that we have been pursuing without being fully aware of it. And once we bring it completely into consciousness, our lives can take off. In your case, you've discovered this purpose. Now, you must go forward, allowing the coincidences to lead you into a clearer and clearer idea of how to pursue this mission from this point on, what else you must do here. Since you've been in Peru, you've been riding along on Will's energy and Father Sanchez's. But now, it's time to learn to evolve by yourself, consciously. He was about to tell me something more, but we were both distracted by the sight of Sanchez's truck racing up behind us. He pulled alongside and rolled down the window. "What's wrong?" Father Carl asked. "I must return to the mission as soon as I get packed," Sanchez said. "Government troops are there, and Cardinal Sebastian." We both jumped into the truck and Sanchez drove back toward Father Carl's house, telling us along the way that the troops were at his mission to confiscate all copies of the manuscript and possibly close it down. We drove up to Father Carl's house and hurriedly walked inside. Father Sanchez immediately began to pack his belongings. I stood there, deliberating on what to do. As I watched, Father Carl approached the other priest and said, "I think I should go with you." Sanchez turned. "Are you sure?" "Yes, I believe I should." "For what purpose?" "I don't know yet." Sanchez stared at him for a moment, then returned to packing.
All he had to say, I'm following my
"If you think
intuition.
that is best." I was leaning against the door frame. "What should I do?" I asked. Both men looked at me. "That's up to you," Father Carl said. I just stared. "You will have to make the decision," Sanchez interjected.
You with the dry lips. Yeah, don't try to lick him now. Make sure you get his video a thumbs up.
I couldn't believe they were so detached about my choice. To go with them meant certain capture by the Peruvian troops, yet how could I stay here alone? "Look," I said, "I don't know what to do. You two must help me. Is there anyone else who can hide me?" Both men looked at one another. "I don't think so," Father Carl said. I looked at them, a knot of anxiety growing in my stomach. Father Carl smiled at me and said, "Stay centered. Remember who you are." Sanchez walked over to a bag and pulled out a folder. "This is a copy of the Sixth Insight," he said. "Perhaps it will help you decide what to do."
Oh shit.
As I took the copy, Sanchez looked at Father Carl and asked,
I didn't even know those filters.
"How long before you can leave?" "I'll need to contact some people," Father Carl said. "Probably an hour." Sanchez looked at me. "Read and think for a while. Then we will talk." Both men returned to their preparations, and I walked outside and sat down on a large rock, then opened the manuscript. It echoed exactly the words of Father Sanchez and Father Carl. Clearing the past was a precise process of becoming aware of our individual ways of controlling learned in
That's a little
childhood.
too much.
And once we could transcend this habit, it said, we could find our higher selves, our evolutionary identities. I read the entire text in less than 30 minutes, and when I finished, I finally understood the basic insight. Before we could fully enter the special state of mind that so many people were glimpsing, the experience of ourselves moving onward in life guided by mysterious coincidences, we had to wake up to who we really were. At that moment,
You had to
Father
wake up
Carl
to
walked
who you
around the
truly
house,
are,
spotted me,
or who you
and
really
came
are.
to where I was sitting. "Have you finished?" he asked. His manner was warm and friendly as usual. "Yes." "Do you mind if I sit here with you for a moment?" "I wish you would." He positioned himself to my right and after a period of silence asked, "Do you understand that you are on your path of discovery here?" "I guess, but now what?" "Now you must really believe it." "How?" "Well, when I feel this afraid." "You must understand what is at stake. The truth you are pursuing is as important as the evolution of the universe itself, for it enables evolution to continue. Don't you see? Father Sanchez told me of your vision of evolution on the ridgetop. You saw how matter evolved from the simple vibration of hydrogen all the way to humankind. You wondered how humans carried on this evolution. You have now discovered the answer. Humans are born into their historical situations and find something to stand for. They form a union with another human being who also has found some purpose. The children born to this union then reconcile these two positions by pursuing a higher synthesis, guided by the coincidences. As I'm sure you learned in the fifth insight, each time we fill up with energy and a coincidence occurs to lead us forward in our lives, we institute this level of energy in ourselves, and so we can exist at a higher vibration. Our children take our level of vibration and raise it even higher. This is how we, as humans,
I got 7
continue
kids, so my kid
evolution.
definitely gonna take it higher.
The difference now with this generation is that we are ready to do it consciously and to accelerate the process. No matter how afraid you become, you now have no choice. Once you learn what life is about, there is no way to erase the knowledge. If you try to do something else with your life, you will always sense that you are missing something. But what do I do now? I don't know. Only you know that. But I suggest you first try to gain some energy.
My dog wanted me to rub his head.
Father Sanchez rounded the corner of the house and joined us, carefully avoiding eye contact or noise, as if he desired not to interrupt. I tried to center myself and to focus on the rock peaks that encircled the house. I took a deep breath and realized that I had been totally self-absorbed since coming outside, as if I had had tunnel vision. I had cut myself off from the beauty and the majesty of the mountains.
Okay, that's enough.
As I gazed out at the surroundings, consciously trying to appreciate what I was seeing, I began to experience that now familiar feeling of closeness. Suddenly, everything seemed to exhibit more presence and to glow slightly. I began to feel lighter, my body more buoyant. I looked at Father Sanchez and then at Father Carl. They were gazing intensely at me, and I could tell they were observing my energy field. "How do I look?" I asked. "You look as if you feel better," Sanchez said. "Stay here and increase your energy as much as possible. We have about 20 more minutes of packing." He smiled wryly. After that, he continued, you will be ready to begin.
This ends side 2 of cassette 4 of the Celestine Prophecy. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 5.
Was a bunch of
The
tapes in it.
Celestine Prophecy, cassette 5.
Engaging the flow. The two priests walked back to the house, and I spent several more minutes observing the beauty of the mountains in an attempt to gain more energy. Then, I lost my focus and drifted absently into a reverie about Will. Where was he? Was he close to finding the ninth insight? I imagined him running through the jungle, the ninth insight in his hand, troops everywhere pursuing. I thought of Sebastian orchestrating the chase. Yet in my daydream, it was clear that Sebastian, even with all his authority, was wrong, that he misunderstood something about the impact the insights would have on people. I felt that someone could persuade him to take a different view if only we could discover what part of the manuscript threatened him so. As I mused over this thought, Marjorie popped into my
I ever
mind.
tried the
Where was she?
original
I
home
pictured
style?
seeing her
They
again.
got marshmallows
How
on the
might that
side.
happen? The sound of the front door closing brought me back to reality. I felt weak and nervous again. Sanchez walked around the house toward where I was sitting. His pace was quick, purposeful. He sat down beside me, then asked, have you decided what to do? I shook my head. You don't look very strong, he said. I don't feel very strong. Perhaps you're not being very systematic in the way you build your energy. What do you mean? Let me offer you the way that I personally gain energy. Perhaps my method will help you as you create your own procedure. I nodded for him to go on. The first thing I do, he said, is to focus on the environment around me, as I think you do also. Then I try to remember how everything looks when I'm being filled with energy. I do this by recalling the presence everything displays, the unique beauty and shape of everything, especially plants, and the way colors seem to glow and appear brighter. Do you follow me? Yes, I try to do the same thing. Then, he continued, I try to experience that feeling of closeness, the feeling that no matter how far away something is, that I can touch it, connect with it, and then I breathe it in. Breathe it in. Did Father John not explain this to you? No, he didn't. Sanchez appeared confused. Perhaps he intended to come back and tell you about it later. Often he's very dramatic. He walks away and leaves his people alone to ponder what he is taught. Then he shows up later at just the right time to add something else to the instruction. I suppose he intended to talk with you again, but we left too quickly. I'd like to hear about it, I said. Do you remember the feeling of buoyancy that you experienced on the ridgetop? He asked. Yes, I said. To regain that buoyancy, I try to breathe in the energy with which I have just connected. I had been following along as Sanchez spoke. Just hearing his procedure was increasing my connection. Everything around me had increased in presence and beauty. Even the rocks seemed to have a whitish glow, and Sanchez's energy field was wide and blue. He was now taking deep, conscious breaths, holding each about 5 seconds before exhaling. I followed his example. When we visualize, he said, that each breath pulls energy into us and fills us like a balloon, we actually become more energized and feel much lighter and more buoyant. After several breaths,
That's why meditation is important, because that's like the safest way to get energy without sucking somebody else's energy up.
I began to feel exactly that way. After I breathed in the energy, Sanchez continued, I check to see if I have the right emotion. As I've told you before, I consider this the true measure of whether I am really connected. You are speaking of love? That's correct. As we discussed at the mission, love is not an intellectual concept or a moral imperative or anything else. It is a background emotion that exists when one is connected to the energy available in the universe, which of course is the energy of God. Father Sanchez was gazing at me, his eyes slightly out of focus. There, he said, you've reached it. That's the level of energy you need to have. I'm helping you some, but you are ready to maintain it on your own. What do you mean you are helping me some? Father Sanchez shook his head. Don't worry about that now. You'll learn about it later, in the 8th insight. Father Carl walked around the house then and looked at both of us, as though pleased. As he approached, he glanced at me. Have you decided yet? The question irritated me. I fought against the resulting loss of energy. Don't fall back into your aloof drama, Father Carl said. You can't avoid taking a stand here. What are you thinking you need to do? I'm not thinking anything, I said. That's the problem. Are you sure? Thoughts feel different once you get connected with the energy. I gave him a puzzled look. The words you have habitually willed through your head in an attempt to logically control events, he explained, stop when you give up your control drama. As you fill up with inner energy, other kinds of thoughts enter your mind from a higher part of yourself. These are your intuitions. They feel different. They just appear in the back of your mind. Sometimes in a kind of daydream or mini-vision, and they come to direct you, to guide you.
I hear something in the background of this audiobook. It sounds like some people talking. And I can't hear it and it's irritating me because I don't know if they like trying to speak something into my subconscious. So I'm like mentally telling myself don't let nothing that I can't hear, like that's negative or anything, get into my subconscious. Like that's how they put shit in music to make people do crazy shit. Like just something I learned on my journey.
I still didn't understand. Tell us what you were thinking
Somebody
about when we
behind like,
left you
wait,
alone
what?
earlier, Father Carl said.
You'll get it one day.
I'm not sure I remember it all, I said. I tried to concentrate. I was thinking about Will, I guess, about whether he was close to finding the 9th insight, and about Sebastian's crusade against the manuscript.
Alright, I can't keep hearing that. I'm about to switch to another video and just leave. I mean, fast forward to
Record?
damn, I forgot where we left off. I just looked at it as soon as I clicked on the video, I forgot. I think it was 5:42. But damn, that sucks for me.
Age evolution, to start it flowing, to produce the coincidences that will
I
lead...
hear it in this book too. The fuck is that bullshit they saying? Alright, I'ma just like try to ignore that shit. Because I guess it's all these people just reposted the same video. That's what they did.
forward. You engage your evolution in a very specific way. First, as I said, you build sufficient energy, then you remember your basic life question, the one your parents gave you. Because this question provides the overall context for your evolution.
My Audible audiobook.
Next, you center yourself on your path by discovering the immediate smaller questions that currently confront you in life. These questions always pertain to your larger question and define where you currently are in your lifelong quest. Once you become conscious of the questions active in the moment, you always get some kind of intuitive direction of what to do, of where to go. You get a hunch about the next step, always. The only time this will not occur is when you have the wrong question in mind. You see, the problem in life isn't receiving answers. The problem is in identifying your current questions. Once you get the questions right, the answers always come.
That's true.
After you get an intuition of what might happen next, he continued, then the next step is to become very alert and watchful. Sooner or later, coincidences will occur to move you in the direction indicated by the intuition. Do you follow me? I think I do. So, he continued, don't you think those thoughts of Will and Sebastian and Marjorie are important? Think about why these thoughts are coming now, considering the story of your life. You know that you came out of your family wanting to find out how to make the spiritual life an inwardly.
Whatever thoughts y'all thought while listening to this book, like, are very important thoughts. Like, I hope y'all are writing them down in your notes or something. But the thoughts y'all are thinking while listening to this book are very important.
Self-enhancing adventure, right? Yes. Then, as you grew up, you became interested in mysterious topics. You studied sociology and worked with people, although you didn't yet know why you were doing these things.
I studied
Then, as you began to
psychology.
wake up, you heard about the manuscript and came to Peru and found the insights one by one. And each has taught you something about the kind of spirituality you seek. Now that you've become clear, you can become super conscious of this evolution by defining your current questions and then watching the answers come. I just looked at him. What are your current questions? He asked. I guess I want to know about the other insights, I said. Especially I want to know if Will is going to find the ninth insight. I want to know what happened to Marjorie, and I want to know about Sebastian. And what were your intuitions suggesting about these questions? I don't know. I was thinking of seeing Marjorie again, and of Will running with troops chasing him. What does it mean? Where was Will running? In the jungle. Perhaps that indicates where you should go. Iquitos is in the jungle. What about Marjorie? I saw myself seeing her again. And Sebastian? I fantasized that he was against the manuscript because he misunderstood. That his mind could be changed if one could find out what he was thinking, what exactly he feared about the manuscript. Both men looked at each other in total amazement. What does it mean? I asked. Father Carl replied with another question. What do you think? For the first time since the ridgetop, I was beginning to feel fully energized again and confident. I looked at them and said, I guess it means I should go toward the jungle and try to discover which aspects of the manuscript the church dislikes. Father Carl smiled. Exactly. You can take my truck.
Oh, that's what's repeat. Is the
I
book
nodded,
is
and we walked.
repeating? Now I hear it. Is the book just repeating? Like, I was just overthinking that shit. But okay, now I can be comfortable just with hearing it repeat itself. But I had to listen closely. Like, what the fuck is that noise?
To the front of the house where the vehicles were parked. My things, along with a supply of food and water, were already packed in Father Carl's truck. Father Sanchez's vehicle was also packed.
I
I want
always
to tell
get
you
my
this,
answer. I
Sanchez
wanted
said.
to know what was that
Remember
noise,
to
and I
stop
figured it
as
out.
often as necessary to reconnect your energy. Stay full, stay in a state of love. Remember that once you achieve this state of love, nothing nor anyone can pull more energy from you than you can replace. In fact, the energy flowing out of you creates a current that pulls energy into you at the same rate. You can never run out. But you must stay conscious of this process in order for it to work. This is especially important when you interact with people. He paused. Simultaneously, as if on cue, Father Carl walked closer and said, You have read all but two insights, the seventh and eighth. 7 deals with the process of consciously evolving yourself, of staying alert to every coincidence, every answer the universe provides for you. He handed me a small folder. This is the 7th. It is very short and general, he continued, but it talks about the way objects jump out at us, the way certain thoughts come as guidance. As for the 8th, you will find it yourself when the time is right. It explains how we can aid others as they bring us the answers we seek. And further, it describes a whole new ethic governing the way humans should treat each other in order to facilitate everyone's evolution. Why can't you give me the 8th insight now? I asked. Father Carl smiled and put his hand on my shoulder. Because we don't feel we should. We must follow our intuitions also. You will get the eighth insight as soon as you ask the right question. I told him I understood. Then both priests hugged me and wished me well. Father Carl stressed that we would soon meet again and that I would indeed find the answers I was here to receive. We were all about to board our respective vehicles when Sanchez turned suddenly and faced me. I have an intuition to tell you something. You will learn more about it later. Let your perception of beauty and iridescence lead your way. Places and people who have answers for you will appear more luminous and attractive. I nodded and climbed into Father Carl's truck, then followed them down the rocky road for several miles until we came to a fork. Sanchez waved out the back window as he and Father Carl headed east. I watched them for a moment, then turned the old truck north, toward the Amazon basin. A surge of impatience rose up within me. After making good time for over 3 hours, I now sat at a crossroads, unable to decide between two particular routes. To my left was one possibility. Judging from the map, this road bore north along the edge of the mountains for 100 miles, then turned sharply east toward Iquitos. The other route led to the right and maintained an eastern angle through the jungle to the same destination.
I'm gonna start posting my own audiobooks, like the ones that I bought myself, and I'm gonna just like repost them on my YouTube. Like, and that'll be another thing without me being here. It won't even be alive. It'll just be the audiobook. Cause I see like that's what other people do. That's what we doing right now. Is just listen to a pre-recorded audiobook on YouTube, and that's how I saved a lot of money on my journey. Like just going to YouTube and watching that or listening to it.
I took a deep breath and tried to relax, then quickly checked the rearview mirror. No one was in sight. In fact, I hadn't seen anyone. No traffic, no locals walking in over an hour. I tried to shake off a rush of anxiety. I knew I had to relax and stay connected if I expected to make the right decision. I focused on the scene. The jungle route to my right progressed between a group of large trees. Several huge outcroppings of rock punctuated the ground around them. Most were encircled by large tropical bushes. The other route through the mountains seemed comparatively bare. One tree grew in that direction, but the remainder of the landscape was rocky, with very little plant life. I looked to the right again and tried to induce a love state. The trees and bushes were a rich green. I looked to the left and tried the same procedure.
Relax.
Immediately I noticed a path of flowering grass that bordered the road.
And it's safe.
The blades of grass were pale and spotty, but the white flowers, viewed together, created a unique pattern into the distance. I wondered why I hadn't noticed the flowers earlier. They now seemed to almost glow. I broadened my focus to include everything in that direction. The small rocks and brown patches of gravel seemed extraordinarily colorful and distinct. Hues of amber and violet, and even dark red ran through the entire scene. I glanced back to the right to the trees and bushes. Although beautiful, they now paled in comparison to the other route. But how could that be, I thought? Initially, the road to the right seemed more attractive. Glancing back to the left, my intuition strengthened. The richness of shape and color amazed me. I was convinced. I started the truck and headed to the left, sure of the correctness of my decision. The road was bumpy with rocks and ruts. As I bounced along, my body felt lighter. My weight was centered on my buttocks, and my back and neck were straight. My arms were holding the steering wheel, but were not resting on it. For 2 hours I drove without incident, nibbling from the food basket Father Carl had packed, and again seeing no one. The road meandered up and down one small foothill after another. At the top of one hill, I observed 2 older cars parked to my right. They were pulled far off to the side of the road in a stand of small trees. I could see no occupants and assumed the vehicles were abandoned. Ahead, the road turned sharply to the left and circled downward into a wide valley. From the peak, I could see for several miles. I stopped the truck abruptly. Halfway across the valley, 3 or 4 military vehicles sat along both sides of the road. A small group of soldiers stood among the trucks. A chill ran through me. That was a roadblock. I backed off the crest and pulled my vehicle behind 2 large rocks, then got out and walked back to the overlook to again observe the activity in the valley. One vehicle was driving away in the opposite direction. Suddenly, I heard something behind me. I turned around quickly. It was Phil, the ecologist I had met at Vicente. He was equally shocked. "What are you doing here?" he asked as he rushed up to me. "I'm trying to get to Iquitos," I said. His face was filled with anxiety. "So are we, but the government's getting crazy over this manuscript. We're trying to decide whether to risk passing through the roadblock. There are 4 of us." He nodded to his left. I could see several men through the trees. "Why are you going to Iquitos?" he asked. "I'm trying to find Will. We got separated in Kula. But I heard he might be headed to Iquitos, looking for the rest
He
of the
don't even
manuscript."
really notice Will,
He
dude.
looked
He just met
horrified.
him once he got to
"You
Peru.
shouldn't be doing
Then
that.
Will went on his own
The
journey.
military has
He
prohibited
don't know
anyone having
nobody
copies.
in Peru, really.
Didn't you hear what occurred at Vicente?" "Yeah, some. But what did you hear?" "I wasn't there, but I understand the authorities rushed in and arrested everyone who had copies. All the guests were detained for questioning. Dale and the other scientists were taken away. No one knows what happened to them." "Do you know why the government is so disturbed about this manuscript?" I asked. "No. But when I heard how unsafe it was getting, I decided to return to Iquitos for my research data and then to leave the country myself." I told him the details of what had happened to Will and myself after leaving Vicente, especially the shooting on the ridgetop. "Damn," he said. "And you're still fooling around with this thing?" His statement jarred my confidence, but I said, "Look, if we do nothing, the government is going to suppress the manuscript completely. The world will be denied its knowledge, and I think the insights are important." "Important enough to die for?" he asked. The sound of vehicles attracted our attention. The trucks were driving across the valley toward us. "Oh, shit," he said. "Here they come." Before we could move, we heard the sound of vehicles approaching from the other direction as well. "They've surrounded us," Phil shouted. He looked panicked. I ran to the truck and dumped the basket of food into a small pack. I took the folders containing the manuscript and placed them in the pack as well, then thought better of it and pushed them under the seat instead.
Y'all know what I'm gonna do, like, to build up my watch time hours, right? I'm gonna just, like, after I get off, probably not tonight, but I'm gonna just play the audiobooks on live without me. I'll probably just go to bed and then just have a long audiobook just playing the whole night, and whoever wanna tune in and watch the live, like, they can just listen to it, like, for real, and just like have my channel going 24/7, like, just something positive, like, cause I gotta get monetized, like, and shit. My goal is by July. I'm already at 1,000 watch time hours, so I still got 3,000 to go. Hey, it's the best way for me to do it.
The sounds were growing
Somebody
louder,
gonna
so I
take
ran
my
across the
idea and
road
do
to
this
my
shit.
right in the
Watch, I
direction
already
Phil had
know.
headed. Down the slope, I could see him and the other men huddled behind a group of rocks. I hid with them. My hope was that the military trucks would pass and keep going. My truck was out of sight. Hopefully they would think, as I did, that the other cars were abandoned. The trucks approaching from the south arrived first, and to our horror, stopped even with the vehicles. "Don't move! Police!" a voice shouted. We froze as several soldiers walked up from behind us. All were heavily armed and very cautious. The soldiers searched us thoroughly and took everything, then forced us to walk back to the road. There, dozens of soldiers were searching the vehicles. Phil and his companions were taken and placed in one of the military trucks, which quickly drove away. As he rode past me, I caught sight of him. He looked pale and ghostly. I was led on foot in the opposite direction and asked to sit near the crest of the hill. Several soldiers stood near me, each carrying an automatic weapon on his shoulder.
Buddy was following his
Finally, an officer walked
intuition,
over and
and look
tossed the
where it led
folders
him.
containing my copies of the insights on the ground at my feet. On top of them, he threw the keys to Father Carl's truck. "Are these copies yours?"
Question
he
is,
asked.
like, is he
I looked at
supposed to
him
be
without
there?
answering. "These keys were found on you," he said. "Inside the vehicle, we found these copies. I ask you again, are they yours?" "I don't think I'll answer until I see a lawyer," I stammered. The remark brought a sarcastic smile to the officer's
Like,
face.
nigga, you ain't in America.
He said something to the other soldiers and walked away. The soldiers directed me to one of the jeeps and into the front seat by the driver. Two other soldiers sat in the back seat, their weapons ready. Behind us, more soldiers climbed aboard a second truck. After a short wait, both vehicles headed north into the valley. Anxious thoughts filled my mind. Where were they
Americans
taking
don't
me?
realize how privileged
Why
we
did I
are.
put myself into this position?
Like, I've been to a few like countries, and like Americans is like some assholes. Like, what they looked at as assholes, because they got it so good, and we got it so good in America. Like, so we think we deserve that same treatment when we go to different countries. Well, not me, like, but I've seen that happen like plenty of other times. So it's crazy. Traveling sure gives you a way different perspective on life.
So much for the preparation the priest had given me. I hadn't lasted a day. Back at the crossroads, I had been so certain I had chosen the correct road. This route was the one most attractive. I was sure of it. Where did I make my mistake? I took a deep breath and attempted to relax, wondering what would happen now. I would plead ignorance, I thought, and present myself as a misguided tourist, meaning no harm. I just got mixed up with the wrong people, I would say. Let me go home. My hands were resting in my lap. They were shaking slightly. One of the soldiers sitting behind me offered a canteen of water, and I took it, though I could not drink. The soldier was young, and when I handed the canteen back to him, he smiled without a trace of malice on his face. The image of Phil's panicked look flashed across my mind. What would they do with him? The thought occurred to me that meeting Phil on the hilltop had been a coincidence. What was its meaning? What would we have talked about had we not been interrupted? As it was, all I did was stress the manuscript's importance, and all he did was warn me about the danger here and counsel me to get out before being captured. Unfortunately, his advice had come too late. For several hours we rode without anyone speaking. The terrain outside grew progressively more flat. The air warmed. At one point, the young soldier handed me an open can of sea rations, something like beef hash, but again I couldn't force anything down. After sunset, the light faded quickly. I rode along without thought, staring straight ahead with the truck's headlights. Then I slipped into a restless sleep during which I dreamed of being in flight. I was running desperately from an unknown foe amid hundreds of huge bonfires, certain that somewhere was a secret key that would open the way to knowledge and safety. In the middle of one of the giant fires, I saw the key. I darted in to retrieve it. I jerked awake, sweating profusely. The soldiers glanced at me nervously. I shook my head and leaned against the truck's door. For a long time, I looked out the side window at the dark shapes of the landscape, fighting the urge to panic. I was alone and under guard, heading into blackness, and no one cared about my nightmares. About midnight, we pulled up to a large, dimly lit building constructed of cut stone and 2 stories high. We walked along a walkway past the front entrance and entered a side door. Steps led down to a narrow hall. The inner walls were also of stone, and the ceiling was constructed of large timbers and rough-cut planks. Bare bulbs hanging from the ceiling lit our way. We walked through another door and then into an area of cells. One of the soldiers who had disappeared caught up with us and opened one of the cell doors and motioned for me to enter. Inside were 3 cots, a wooden table, and a vase of flowers. To my surprise, the cell was very clean. As I walked in, a young Peruvian, no more than 18 or 19 years old, looked at me meekly from behind the door. The soldier locked the door behind me and walked away. I sat on one of the cots as the young man reached over and turned up an oil lamp. When the light hit his face, I noticed that he was an Indian. "Do you speak English?" I asked. "Yes, some," he said. "Where are we?" "Near Pukupa." "Is this a prison?" "No. Everyone is here for questioning about the manuscript." "How long have you been here?" I asked. He looked up at me with shy brown eyes. 2 months. "What have they done to you?" "They
Shit,
tried to
he
make me
interrogated
disbelieve
with
the
all them
manuscript and tell
questions.
about others who have copies." "How?" "By talking to me." "Just talking? No threats?" "Just talking," he repeated. "Have they said when they will let you go?" "No." I paused for a moment and he looked at me questioningly. "Were you caught with copies of the manuscript?" he asked. "Yes. Were you?" "Yes. I live near here in an
First of
orphanage.
all,
I hadn't...
he just said, I mean, when he got caught and the people was like, "Is this your shit?" He like, "I want my lawyer." But soon as he get in the cell and he feel like he get comfortable, he gonna say, "Yeah, I got caught with it." Bro, you should have just kept your mouth closed. You don't know if he's a snitch. You don't know who he is.
Master was teaching from the manuscript. He allowed me to teach the children. He was able to escape, but I was captured. "How many insights have you seen?" I asked. "All that have been found," he said. "You?" I've seen all but the 7th and 8th insights. I had the 7th, but I didn't get a chance to read it before the soldiers showed up." The young man yawned and asked, "Can we sleep now?" "Yeah," I said absently. "Sure." I laid on my cot and shut my eyes, my mind racing. What should I do now? How had I let myself be caught? Could I escape? I concocted several strategies and scenarios before I finally drifted off to sleep. Again, I dreamed vividly. I was searching for the same key, but this time I was lost in a deep forest. For a long time I had been walking aimlessly, wishing for some sort of guidance. After a while, a huge thunderstorm came and flooded the landscape. During the deluge, I was washed down a deep ravine and into a river, which was flowing in the wrong direction and threatening to drown me. With all my might I fought against the current, struggling for what seemed like days. Finally, I was able to pull myself from the torrent by clinging to the rocky shoreline. I climbed up the rocks and along the sheer cliffs that bordered the river, ascending higher and higher and into even more treacherous areas. Although I had summoned all my willpower and expertise to negotiate the cliffs, at one point I found myself clinging perilously to the rock face, unable to proceed any further. I looked down at the terrain below me. In shock, I realized that the river I had been fighting flowed out of the forest and gently up to a beautiful beach and meadow. In the meadow, surrounded by flowers, was the key. Then I slipped and fell, screaming down and down until I hit the river and sank. I sat up quickly in my cot, gasping for air. The young Indian, apparently already awake, walked over to me. "What is wrong?" he asked. I caught my breath and looked around, realizing where I was. I also noticed that the room had a window and that it was already light outside. "Just a bad dream," I said. He smiled at me as though he was pleased at what I said. "Bad dreams have the most important messages," he commented. "Messages?" I asked, getting up and putting on my shirt. He looked embarrassed at having to explain. "The 7th insight talks of dreams," he said. "What does it say about dreams?" "It tells how to, interpret dreams?" "Yes." "What does it say about that?" "It says to compare the story of the dream to the story of your life." I thought for a moment, unsure of what that instruction meant. "What do you mean, compare stories?" The young Indian could barely look me in the eye. Do you want to interpret your dream? I nodded and told him what I had experienced. He listened intently, then said, compare parts of the story with your life. I looked at him. Where do I start? At the beginning. What are you doing at the beginning of the dream? I was searching for a key in a forest. How did you feel? Lost. Compare this situation to your real situation. Maybe it does relate, I said. I'm looking for some answers about this manuscript, and I'm damn sure feeling lost. And what else is happening to you in real life? He asked. I've been caught, I said. In spite of everything I tried to do, I've been locked up. All I can hope for now is to talk someone into letting me go home. You are struggling against being caught. Of course. What happened next in the dream? I fought against the current. Why? He asked. I began to pick up on where he was headed, because at the time I thought it would drown me. And if you hadn't fought the water, it would have carried me to the key. What are you saying? That if I don't fight against the situation, that I might still get the answers I want?
Voila.
He looked embarrassed again. I'm not saying anything. The dream is saying. I thought for a moment. Was this interpretation correct?
See, he learned getting all those insights, but he's still not learning nothing. That's because he's like literally in search of like these manuscripts, physical manuscripts, but he's not. I mean, he's experiencing shit, but me, my journey, like it was all came to me, like or like it just like all appeared in its right time. Like so, I had to go through shit before I like had certain epiphanies on life. And I'm like, oh shit, why I didn't get this earlier? Like, but you could tell he's still like kind of a jackass.
The young Indian looked up at me, then asked, if you had had to experience the dream again, what would you do different? I wouldn't resist the water. Even though it looked as though it might kill me, I would know better. What is threatening you now? I guess the soldiers. Being detained. So what is the message to you? You think the message of the dream is to look at this capture positively? He didn't answer. He only smiled. I was sitting on my cot leaning back against the wall. The interpretation excited me. If it was accurate, it would mean that I hadn't made a mistake at the crossroads after all.
Oh, you was
That it was
following
all
your
part of what
intuition,
should be
even though
happening.
you felt like you ended up in the wrong spot. You was in the
This
right
ends.
spot. People don't realize that when they start following their intuition and life start going wrong, like it's all supposed to happen. Just don't fight against it. Just go with the flow, and you'll get through it.
Side 1 of cassette 5. Please turn the
We
cassette
got
over
three
and
hours
start
left on
side
this
2
book.
at the
I don't
same
know if we're
point.
gonna finish that tonight, but
What
shit.
is your name? I asked. Pablo, he said. I smiled and introduced myself, then briefly told him the story of why I was in Peru and what had happened. Pablo was sitting on his cot, his elbows resting on his knees. He had short black hair and was very thin. Why are you here? He asked. To find out about this manuscript, I replied. Why, specifically? He asked again. To find out about the seventh inside and to find out about some friends, Will and Marjorie. And I guess to find out why the church is so against the manuscript. There are many priests here to talk to, he said. I thought about his statement for a moment, then asked, what else does the seventh insight say about dreams? Pablo told me that dreams come to tell us something about our lives that we are missing. Then he said something else, but instead of listening, I started to think about Marjorie. I could see her face clearly in my mind, and I wondered where she might be. Then I saw her running up to me, smiling. Suddenly I became aware that Pablo was no longer talking. I looked over at him. Sorry, my mind was wandering, I said. What were you saying? That is all right, he replied. What were you thinking about? Just a friend of mine. It was nothing. He looked as though he wanted to press the question, but someone was approaching the cell door. Through the bars, we could see a soldier sliding back the bolt lock. "Time for breakfast," Pablo said. The soldier opened the door and motioned with his head for us to walk into the hall. Pablo led the way down the stone corridor. We proceeded to a stairway and up one flight of stairs to a small dining area. 4 or 5 soldiers stood at the corner of the room, while several civilians, 2 men and a woman, waited in line to be served. I stopped, not believing my eyes. The woman was Marjorie. Simultaneously, she saw me and covered her mouth with her hand. Her eyes opened wide with
Shit like
surprise.
that happened to me in real life. I'll think of somebody and I'll just visualize something and then it happened right just like that. So
At the soldier behind me. He was walking toward the
this
other
book
military
showed
men
me,
in the
like,
corner,
told me, like,
smiling
yeah, you ain't the
nonchalantly
only
and
person
saying
that
something
happened
in
to.
Spanish.
I'm like, don't feel too special.
I followed Pablo as he led us across the room and to the end of the line. Marjorie was being served. The 2 other men took their trays to a table, talking. Several times Marjorie gazed over and met my eyes, struggling not to say anything. After the second glance, Pablo guessed that we knew each other and looked at me questioningly. Marjorie carried her food to a table, and after being served, we walked over and sat with her. The soldiers were still talking among themselves, seemingly oblivious to our movements. "God, I'm glad to see you," she said. "How did you get here?" "I hid for a while with some priests," I replied. "Then I left to find Will and was captured yesterday. How long have you been here?" "Since they found me on the ridge," she said. I noticed Pablo was looking at us intensely, and I introduced him to Marjorie. "I guess that this must be Marjorie," he said. They talked briefly, then I asked Marjorie, "What else has happened?" "Not much," she said. "I don't even know why I'm being detained. Every day I've been taken to one of the priests or one of the officers for questioning. They want to know who my contacts were in Vicente, and if I knew where the other copies are, over and over again." Marjorie smiled and looked vulnerable. And when she did, we both laughed quietly. A period of silence followed as we ate our food, and then the door opened and in walked a priest, dressed formally. He was accompanied by a man appearing to be a high-ranking military officer. "That's the head priest," Pablo said. The officer said something to the soldiers, who had snapped to attention, and then he and the priest walked across the room toward the kitchen. The priest looked directly at me, our eyes meeting for a long second. I looked away and took a bite of food, not wanting to attract attention. Both men continued through the kitchen and out a door there. "Was that one of the priests you've talked to?" I asked Marjorie. "No," Marjorie said. "I've never seen him." "I know that priest," Pablo said. "He arrived yesterday. His name is Cardinal Sebastian." I sat up straight. "That was Sebastian?" "It sounds like you've heard of him," Marjorie said. "I have," I replied. "He's the main person behind the church's opposition to the manuscript." "I thought he was at Father Sanchez's mission." "Who is Father Sanchez?" Marjorie asked. I was about to tell her when the soldier who had escorted us walked over to the table and motioned for Pablo and me to follow. "Time for exercise," Pablo said. Marjorie and I looked at each other. Her eyes revealed an inner anxiety. "Don't worry," I said. "I'll talk to you at the next meal. Everything will be fine." As I walked away, I wondered if my optimism was realistic. These people could make any of us disappear without a trace at any time. The soldier guided us into a short hall and through a door that led to an outside stairway. We walked down to a side yard, which was surrounded by a tall rock wall. A soldier stood by the entrance. Pablo nodded for me to walk with him around the borders of the yard. As we walked, Pablo bent down several times to pick some of the flowers growing in beds by the wall. "What else does the Seventh Insight say?" I asked. He bent down and picked another flower. "It says that not only dreams guide us, also thoughts or daydreams guide us." Yes, Father Carl said that. Tell me how daydreams guide us. They show us a scene, a happening, and this is an indication that this
Ooh, I
event
used
might
to
happen.
daydream all
If we
day.
pay attention,
Like
then
before, like I was on this conscious journey, spiritual journey. I used to daydream all day because my reality, I didn't like my reality. So the way to get out of that, escape that, was to daydream, read books, like shit, play video games. Like, so I was always trying to find a way to escape. And at the time, I wasn't smoking weed, I wasn't drinking, none of that. So I'm like, I needed a way to escape that wasn't like fucking detrimental to what I had going on in life. So daydreaming and dreaming, going to sleep and dreaming, like was like my two favorite things. Like even to this day, I don't daydream as much, but when I do, it be very vivid. And like this book just let you know, hey, your daydreams are guiding you as well as your dreams.
can be ready for this turn in our lives. I looked at him.
That's why you're supposed to write them down.
You know, Pablo, an image came to
Write your
me that
dreams
I would
down.
run into Marjorie. Then I did. He smiled. A chill went up my spine. I must indeed be in the right place. I had intuited something that had come true. I had thought several times of finding Marjorie again, and now it had happened. The coincidences were taking place. I felt lighter. I don't have thoughts like that happen very often, I said. Pablo looked away and said, the seventh insight says we all have many more such thoughts than we realize. To recognize them, we must take an observer position. When a thought comes, we must ask why. Why did this particular thought come now? How does it relate to my life questions? Taking this observer position helps us release our need to control everything. It places us in the flow of evolution. But what about negative thoughts, I asked? Those fear images of something bad happening, such as someone we love getting hurt, or of not achieving something we very much want. Very simple, Pablo said. The seventh insight says that fear images should be halted as soon as they come.
Mm-hmm.
Then, another image, one with a good outcome, should be willed through the mind. Soon, negative
Positive
images
mind
will
only.
almost never
Don't let
happen.
no negative thought come in.
Your intuitions will be about positive things. When negative images come after that, the manuscript says they should be taken very seriously and not followed. For instance, if the idea comes to you that you're going to have a wreck in a truck, and someone comes along and offers you a ride in a truck, then do not accept it. We had come full circle in our walk around the courtyard, and were approaching the guard. Neither of us talked as we passed him. Pablo picked a flower, and I took a breath. The air was warm and humid, and the plant life outside the wall was dense and tropical. I had noticed several mosquitoes. Come, the soldier suddenly called out. He prodded us inside and down to our cell. Pablo entered ahead of me, but the soldier put his arm up, blocking my way. Not you, he said, then nodded for me to walk down the hallway and up the other steps and outside through the same door we had entered the night before.
I
In the
know it's
parking lot,
getting late,
Father Sebastian was entering the back seat of a
so
large car. A driver shut the...
I'm gonna end this book in like 15 more minutes. When once I hit that like that 4 hour mark, unless people start coming back in, then I'm gonna just try to go a little bit longer. But it is kind of late. That's why I started super early. And I don't know. My wife was like, we gotta start watching movies. We haven't been watching movies. You've been on live every night, so I'm probably about to get out this month. It's still kind of early. It's 10 something. I know if she put a movie on now, I can at least watch it for an hour or before I fall asleep. So that account for at least us spending some time. Like I said, I'm gonna try to make it to 10:30 my time, and then we're gonna end the live there. Once again, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for listening to this book. I'm pretty sure y'all are enjoying it because y'all ain't saying nothing.
behind him. For an instant, Sebastian looked at me again. Then he turned and said something to the driver. The car sped away. The soldier nudged me toward the front of the building. We walked inside and into an office. I was directed to sit in a wooden chair across from a white metal desk. Within minutes, a small sandy-haired priest of about 30 entered and sat at the desk, without acknowledging my presence. He looked through a file for a full minute, then looked up at me. His round gold-rimmed glasses produced an intellectual appearance. "You've been arrested with illegal state documents," he said matter-of-factly. "I'm here to help determine whether prosecution is in order. I would appreciate your cooperation." I nodded. "Where did you get the translations?" "I don't understand," I said. "Why would copies of an old manuscript be illegal?" "The government of Peru has its reasons," he said. "Please answer the question." "Why is the church involved?" I asked. "Because the manuscript contradicts the traditions of our religion," he said. "It misrepresents the truth of our spiritual nature, where..." "Look," I said, interrupting. I'm just trying to understand this. I'm just a tourist who got interested in this manuscript. I'm a threat to no one. I only want to know why it's so alarming." He looked puzzled, as if trying to decide the best strategy for dealing with me. I was consciously pressing for details. "The church feels the manuscript is confusing to our people," he said carefully. "It gives the impression that people can decide on their own how to live without regard to the scriptures." "Which scriptures?" "The commandment to honor thy father and mother, for one." "What do you mean?"
The church commandment.
"The manuscript blames problems on parents, undermining the family." "I thought it spoke of ending old resentments," I said, "and finding a positive view of our early life." "No," he said, "it is misleading. There should never have been a negative feeling to begin with." "Can't parents be wrong?" "Parents do the best they can. Children must forgive them." "But isn't that what the manuscript is clarifying? Doesn't forgiveness take place when we see the positive about our childhoods?" His voice rose in anger. "But from what authority does this manuscript speak? How can it be trusted?" He walked around the desk and stared down at me, still angry. "You don't know what you're talking about," he said. "Are you a religious scholar? I think not. You're direct evidence of the kind of confusion this manuscript evokes. Don't you understand that there is order in the world only because of law and authority? How can you question the authorities in this matter?" I said nothing,
Actually, I
which
said
seemed
I
to
was going to
infuriate
end
him
this
even
once I
more.
finish this.
"Let me tell you something,"
It
he
may
said.
last longer.
"The crime you have committed is punishable by years in prison. Have you ever been in a Peruvian prison? Does your Yankee curiosity yearn to find out what our prisons are like? I can arrange that. Do you understand? I can arrange that."
You gonna fall asleep? I ain't gonna fall asleep.
He put his hand over his eyes and paused,
I
taking
probably
a
will
deep
fall
breath,
asleep, but not early.
obviously trying to calm down. "I am here to find out who has copies, where they are coming from. I will ask you one more time. Where did you get your translations?" His outburst had filled me with anxiety.
Mama.
I was making my situation worse with all my questions. What might he do if I failed to cooperate? Still, how could I implicate Father Sanchez and Father Carl? "I need some time to think before I answer you," I said. Momentarily, he looked as if he might fly into another rage. Then he relaxed and looked very tired. "I'll give you until tomorrow morning," he said, motioning for the soldier standing in the doorway to take me away. I followed the soldier back down the hall and directly to the cell. Without saying anything, I walked over and lay down on my cot, feeling exhausted myself. Pablo was looking out the barred window. "Did you talk to Father Sebastian?" he asked. "No, it was another priest. He wanted to know who gave me the copies I had." "What did you say?" "Nothing. I asked for time to think, and he gave me until tomorrow." "Did he say anything about the manuscript?" Pablo asked. I looked into Pablo's eyes, and this time he did not lower his head. "He threatened me with prison. Do you think he meant that?" "I don't know," Pablo said. He walked over and sat on his cot across from me. I could tell he had something else on his mind, but I was so tired and scared that I closed my eyes. When I awoke, Pablo was shaking me. "Time for lunch," he said. We followed a guard upstairs and were served a plate of gristly beef and potatoes. The two men we saw earlier came in after us. Marjorie wasn't with them. "Where is Marjorie?" I asked them, trying to whisper. The two men looked horrified that I would speak to them, and the soldiers stared at me intensely. "I don't think they speak English," Pablo said. "I wonder where she is," I said. Pablo said something in response, but again I wasn't listening. I suddenly felt like running away and was picturing myself fleeing down a street of some kind, then ducking through a doorway to freedom. "What are you thinking about?" Pablo asked. "I was fantasizing about an escape," I said. "What were you saying?" "Wait," Pablo said. "Don't dismiss your thought. It may be important. What kind of escape?" "I was running down an alley or a street, then through a doorway. I got the impression I was successfully escaping." "What do you think of this image?" Pablo asked. "I don't know," I said. It didn't seem to be logically connected to what we were talking about. "Do you remember what we were talking about?" "Yes, I was asking about Marjorie." "You don't think there is a connection between Marjorie and your thought?" "Not an obvious link I can think of." "What about a hidden link?" "I can't see a connection. How could escaping be related to Marjorie?" "Do you think she escaped?" He looked thoughtful. "Your thought was of you escaping." "Oh, yeah, that's right," I said. "Maybe I'm going to escape without her." I looked at him. "Maybe I'm going to escape with her." "That would be my guess," he said. "But where is she?" "I don't know." We finished eating without talking. I was hungry, but the food seemed too heavy. For some reason, I felt tired and sluggish. My hunger left me quickly. I noticed Pablo wasn't eating either. "I think we should go back to the cell," Pablo said. I nodded and he motioned for the soldier to take us back. When we arrived, I stretched out on my cot and Pablo sat looking at me. "Your energy seems down," he said. "It is," I replied. "I'm not sure what's wrong." "Are you trying to take in energy?" he asked. "I guess I haven't," I replied, "and that food doesn't help." "But you don't need much food if you are taking everything in." He swept his arm in front of him to emphasize everything. "I know, it's hard for me to get the love flowing in a situation like this." He looked at me quizzically. "But not to do so is to harm yourself." "What do you mean?" "Your body is vibrating at a certain level. If you let your energy get too low, your body suffers. That is the relationship between stress and disease. Love is the way to keep our vibration up. It keeps us healthy. It is that important." "Give me a few minutes," I said. I practiced the method Father Sanchez had taught me. Immediately I felt better. The objects around me stood out with presence. I closed my eyes and concentrated on the feeling. "That's good," he said. I opened my eyes and saw him smiling broadly at me. His face and body were still boyish and immature, but his eyes now seemed full of wisdom. "I can see the energy coming into you," he said. I could detect a slight field of green around Pablo's body. The new flowers he had placed in the vase on the table seemed radiant. "To grasp the seventh insight and truly enter the movement of evolution," he said, "one must pool all the insights into one way of being." I didn't say anything. "Can you sum up how the world has changed for you as a result of the insights?" I thought for a moment. "I guess I've woken up and seen the world as a mysterious place that provides everything we need, if we get clear and get on the path." "Then what happens?" he asked. "Then we're ready to begin the evolutionary flow. And how do we engage this process?" I thought for a moment. "By keeping our current life questions firmly in mind," I said, "and then watching for direction." either in a dream or in an intuitive thought or in the way the environment illuminates and jumps out at us. I paused again, trying to pull the whole insight together, then added, we build our energy and center ourselves in our situations, in the questions we have. Then we receive some form of intuitive guidance, an idea of where to go or what to do, and then coincidences occur to allow us to move in that direction. Yes, yes, Pablo said. That is the way. And each time that these coincidences lead us into something new, we grow. We become fuller persons, existing at a higher vibration. He was leaning toward me, and I noticed the incredible energy around him. He was beaming, no longer appearing shy or even young. He seemed full of power. Pablo, what has happened to you? I asked. Compared to when I first met you, you seem more confident and knowledgeable and full somehow. He laughed. When you first came, I had allowed my energy to dissipate. At first, I thought you might be able to help me with my energy flow, but I realized that you haven't learned to do this yet.
He was trying to steal
That
his
ability
energy.
is learned in the 8th insight. I was puzzled.
He was
What
trying to
was it that
use
I
you.
didn't do? You must learn that all the answers that mysteriously come to us really come from other people. Think about all that you have learned since you have been in Peru. Haven't all the answers come to you through the actions of other people you mysteriously met? I thought about it. He was right. I had met just the right people at just the right time. Charlene, Dobson, Will, Dale, Marjorie, Phil, Renaud, Father Sanchez, and Father Carl. Now Pablo. Even the manuscript was written by a person, Pablo added. But not all the people you meet will have the energy or the clarity to reveal the message they have for you. You must help them by sending them energy. He paused. You told me of learning to project your energy toward a plant by focusing on its beauty, remember? Yes. Well, you do exactly the same thing toward a person. When the energy goes into them, it helps them see their truth. Then they can give this truth to you. Father Castu is an example, he continued. He had an important message for you which you did not help him reveal. You tried to demand answers from him, and that created a competition between you and him for energy. When he felt that, his childhood drama, his intimidator, took over the conversation. What was I supposed to have said? I asked. Pablo didn't answer. Again we heard someone at the cell door. Father Castu entered. He nodded at Pablo, a slight smile on his face. Pablo smiled broadly, as if he actually liked the priest. Father Castu shifted his gaze to me, his face becoming stern. Anxiety gripped my stomach. Cardinal Sebastian has asked to see you, he said. You will be transported to Iquitos this afternoon. I would advise you to answer all his questions. Why does he want me? I asked. Because the truck you were caught with belongs to one of our priests. We are assuming you received your copies of the manuscript from him. For one of our own priests to disregard the law is very serious. He looked at me with determination. I glanced at Pablo, who nodded for me to continue.
2 people watching.
You
Shout
think
out to y'all
that the
for sticking
manuscript
to
is
the
undermining
end.
your
Like, I really
religion?
fuck with y'all too.
I asked
Probably my
Castu
wife and
gently.
some other person. But
He
whoever
looked
it
at me
is
with
that's like
condescension.
here to the end.
Not just our
Appreciate
religion,
you.
everyone's religion. Do you think there is no plan for this world?
But I bet it's more
God
than
is
2
in
people. YouTube
control.
only showing me
He
2 people.
assigns
So
our
probably
destiny.
more. But
Our job is
I
to
can't
obey
see
the
it.
laws set forth by God. Evolution is a myth. God creates the future the way he wants it. To say humans can make themselves evolve takes the will of God out of the picture. It allows people to be selfish and separate. They think that their evolution is the important thing,
Hey,
not
Ellie is
God's
still in
plan.
this mug 4
They will
hours
treat
later.
each other even worse
Appreciate
than
you,
they do
Ellie.
now.
Hey, that means a lot
I
right
couldn't
there.
think of
You
another
was here from the
question.
jump. First
The priest
person.
looked at me for a moment, then said almost kindly, I hope you will cooperate with Cardinal Sebastian. He turned and looked
I'm
at
gonna end
Pablo,
up putting up
obviously
like
proud
after
of
I
the way
get
he had
off this
handled my
live.
questions.
I'm gonna
Pablo
just
only
put on the
smiled at him and
book
nodded again. The
and
priest
then
walked
just
out and the
play it
soldier locked
as
the
his
door
own
behind him.
live. Like so,
Pablo
just
leaned
through it
forward on his
throughout the
cot
whole
and
night.
beamed at me,
I'm just
his
letting it
demeanor
play.
still completely transformed,
Gotta get them watch time
confidence on his
hours up.
face. I looked at him for a moment, then smiled. "What
My
do you
phone
think
like, damn,
happened
you
just
putting all
now?"
this
he
work
asked.
in. You ain't never
I
did this
struggled for
much.
humor. "I found out I'm in more trouble than I thought." He laughed. "What else occurred?" "I'm not sure what you're getting at. What were your questions when you arrived here?" "I wanted to find Marjorie and Will." "Well, you found one of them. What was your other question?"
Well, it's the 4 hour mark, but
"I
we
had a
ain't
sense
done
that these
smoking this
priests were
little.
against the
I'm
manuscript,
gonna get it
not
down
out
to
of
this light
malice,
thing,
but
and then
because they
we gonna
misunderstood.
be out of this
I
mug.
wanted to know
So
what they were thinking.
give me a couple
For some reason, I
minutes.
had the idea they could be talked out of their opposition. After saying this, I suddenly understood what Pablo was leading to. I had met Costu here, now, so that I could find out what bothered him about the manuscript. "And what was the message you received?" he asked. "The message?" "Yes, the message." I looked at him. "It's the idea of participating in evolution that bothers them, isn't
This
it?"
is a book about all the
"Yes,"
unsolved
he said.
murders, including the Zodiac Killer.
"That
Read
would
these
figure,"
articles.
I added. "The idea of physical evolution is bad
But hey,
enough, but to extend the idea..."
those like my wife would probably read those books. Like nah, she won't read the book. She'll watch the TV show about some unsolved murders. The Zodiac Killer. I watched a documentary. I'd seen a movie about the Zodiac Killer. Uh, but like you need to start posting that on YouTube. Like whatever you is into, like start your own book thing or whatever it is. Just grind that shit out. Make YouTube your job. That's what I'm doing. I'm making this shit my job. That's why I got on early. I'm like, hey, overtime. I may not be getting paid right now, but hey, I'm putting the work in, and eventually I will get paid. So that's why I said I would end up after I end this live. I'm gonna play another video. I'm gonna play another book, but my phone is gonna be off. It's gonna be down. So random people gonna probably just come here and just listen to the book while it plays overnight. I need a long enough book though. Like so, I don't know what book I'm gonna just have playing, but this channel is gonna be like a 24/7 like thing, like 24/7 watch time, like the news. So hey, that's what PMO is all about. This is a media company, so I gotta stay up on it. So, yep, the blunt went out, so I take that as my sign to be out. So, see you guys later. Thank y'all guys for tuning in. Hey, shout out Elliot for sticking through auto. This was a long one, 4 hours. I thought about like ending this mug like 10, 20 minutes ago, but I'm like, nah, you could make it to the 4 hours. So now we 3 minutes past that. So I know I could have did it. It's all mental. So peace. We out.